I request all the guests and participants to kindly put their mobile phones on silent mode. A very good morning to all the distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, and our wonderful participants. I'm Galtarian Aparajita Bhatt. I'm a faculty of law at National Law University, Delhi, and your MC for the inaugural session this morning. It's my absolute honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Galter Mega Summit on Advanced Technologies, Law, Ethics 2026. It's a confluence of innovation, leadership, and transformative ideas. We have gathered here this beautiful morning and a historic morning in Hyderabad, not just to discuss the future, but to shape it. This summit will stand as a testament to collaboration, vision, and the relentless pursuit of excellence. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember that every great transformation begins with a single conversation. And today, we are about to have many such wise, meaningful, and influential conversations. The session, for your information, is live today on YouTube. And just to explain the flow of the session today, we are beginning with the inaugural, followed by Professor S.R. Bhansali Award Ceremony. After that, we'll be having a short tea break and plenary session in this very hall itself. So now, to embark and to mark this auspicious beginning of the summit, we will now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. I invite all our esteemed dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. I request Galtarian Dr. Shobha Bhandari to recite Ma Saraswati Mantra. Ma'am, can you please come up on the stage? May this light guide us towards insightful discussions and meaningful outcomes. So we seek the blessings from Ma Saraswati, and for that I invite Dr. Shobha Bhandari, who is also a Galtarian, to recite the Saraswati Mantra.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहार धवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदंड मंडित करा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जाढ्यापहा। ओम शांति।
Thank you, ma'am. We also have Saraswati Vandana after this, which is being beautifully performed by Galtarian Divya Pancholia. She stays in Canada and she has sent a recording from Canada. So can we please share the recording? It's a performance on Saraswati Vandana by Divya Pancholia.
शिशु है अज्ञानी माता, किन चरणों का प्यार दे। वीरा पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे।
Privilege and honor to welcome all our distinguished guests today at this Mega Global Summit. So to formally welcome everyone and to set the stage for the summit today, I invite Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari to felicitate our distinguished guests.
Yes.
So we are honored to present shawl, bouquet and memento to our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta ji. And it's a real honor, sir, to have you here with us this morning. May I request Professor Yugal Kishore ji to felicitate our guest of honor, Honorable Justice M.R. Shahaji by presenting shawl, bouquet and memento. Thank you very much, sir. May I request Dr. Josina to kindly felicitate our special guest for the day, Honorable Justice Suraj Govindraj ji. Thank you, Dr. Josina. And now may I request Professor Sanjay Sindhu to felicitate Mr. Tony Moroni. Professor Sanjay. I also request Advocate Professor Dr. Ramlal Sutidar from Nepal. Are you here, sir? Yes. So he has brought with him special Rudraksh Mala all the way from Nepal to felicitate our guests. Kindly come forward on the stage for felicitating our guests with Rudraksh Mala. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Kindly be seated. I now request Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari to deliver the welcome address and introduce all of us to the summit. If I were to give an introduction of Dr. Bhandari, I would not be able to do enough justice because that would take away the entire 3-hour duration for this inaugural. So just a line for him, sir. Ek line I take the liberty. And all of you would agree with me. मैं अकेला ही चला था जानिबे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए और कारवा बनता गया. Professor Bhandari.
Thank you, Dr. Aparajita. Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta ji, Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, former Judge, Supreme Court of India. Honorable Justice Suraj Govindraj, Judge, Karnataka High Court. Our dear friend Tony Moroni, who has come all the way from Ireland to deliver the keynote address. Our award winners of the Professor S.R. Bansali Award, Professor C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, Jindal Global University, Professor Vajpayee, G.S. Vajpayee ji, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Delhi, Honorable Justice from Jindal Global University as a visiting professor, my distinguished guests who have come all the way from different countries, Dr. Ashok Jain, Sindhu Bhaskar, George Moult, Angelica, Joshina, dear Vice Chancellor, friends, all distinguished Galterians, delegates, my elder brother, respected Dr. S.R. Bhandari sir, Nishtha Jaswal madam, the member of the jury, Professor, and the former winner, first winner of the award, Jaswal, P.S. Jaswal sir, my dear friend, Anil Bansali ji, the managing trustee of the Professor S.R. Bansali Trust, all other distinguished delegates. This is not just a formal expression of welcome, it comes from the core of my heart. I am really deeply indebted and thankful to our distinguished guests on the dais all our friends who have come all the way from different places in India and abroad, and all our Galterian friends, members of the organizing team, and dear friends, and also the staff of the Hotel Plaza Premium who has been cooperating with us, and nonetheless my better half, Dr. Shobha Bhandari, who is a pillar of strength for me in all these organizational things. Sir, I welcome you all to this mega global summit, ATLEG 2026, Advanced Technologies, Law, Ethics and Governance. Much has been said about the developments in the space of technology, especially the blockchain, artificial intelligence, which is being talked too much nowadays. And there are many confusions about the role of artificial intelligence in our life and in our businesses, in our governance. Fintech, financial technology, metaverse, a whole realm of virtual world. We could do it on metaverse and we could join as avatars. This is a virtual world. Then we have now latest development, quantum computing. The quantum computing process can be performed in a fraction of seconds, which a normal computer would take 100 years to perform. See the speed of the computing, qubit, it is known as qubit. All these developments are taking place simultaneously, and we cannot stop them. Nobody can stop them. Then what is the course? What is the option? In plain and simple words, because we have a lot of experts and we have a lot of deliberations, we have to understand, may not be deeply from technological perspective, but at least as a common person, as a judicial member, as a legal fraternity, as policy makers, how these technologies are going to impact our entire system of governance. What are the rail guards or ring fencing we can create for better application of these technologies? And if there are a lot of abuses of technologies, like cyber frauds, each day one of us become victim of cyber crime, cyber frauds. Because entire data of our life is with the Google, is in the dark net, is with so many platforms where we share our data for e-commerce or other purposes. So the hackers, they hack that data. With the help of AI, they create your digital twins, fakes, and we become victim. Even the IIT professors have become victim, not what to talk of an ordinary man. So all these issues arising out of advanced technologies need proper understanding, proper regulation, proper governance. So far as India is concerned, although we are taking lead in digital transformation, but still we have to create a proper legal and regulatory framework. Honorable judges are here. They must be also facing the cases regarding the breach of privacy. If our very own data protection law, DPDP Act, is mainly outcome of the great judgment of the Supreme Court, Puttaswamy, Justice Puttaswamy versus Union of India. So in this 3-day summit, we are going to address all these issues. Yesterday, in fact, we had 4 technical sessions, but because of the availability of Honorable Sir, we kept the inaugural today. So we are already on the job. We are already on the path of deliberations and discussions. We have published a souvenir, which is with you all, and it will be released by Honorable Sir now. So all these issues need serious deliberations. They are not like street talks. We have to seriously discuss, come together, lawyers, technology experts, judiciary members, legal profession members, from economic perspective, from management perspective, we have to sit together and evolve a strong policy framework, ethical framework, and finally the legal framework. With these words, I once again welcome you, sir, all, and my dear friends and delegates. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for next 2 days for the summit and also for sharing the vision of the summit. Thank you so much. And now I request Honorable Justice M.R. Shahji to deliver the presidential address. Justice Shah has been the former judge of Supreme Court of India as well as former Chief Justice of Patna High Court. Sir, it's an honor to have you. Thank you.
Namaskar. Very good morning to all of you. I hope you must be all enjoying the good weather of Hyderabad and hospitality of my dear Pandari ji and his wife too. My dear friend from the Supreme Court and my younger brother, Justice Sandeep Mehta, Judge, Supreme Court of India, Justice Raj Govind Raj, Judge, Karnataka High Court, Mr. Tony from Ireland, Mr. Bandari, all participants here, dignitaries of the dais, all who have come from various parts of the country and the abroad also. Ladies and gentlemen, in fact, I feel privileged and proud and privileged to be here amongst you and facing all of you. Why I am saying facing all of you? Because I am not that much techno. In fact, I should join the glitter for the purpose of training, which is their aim to give training and have discussions and all these things. Sir, I am ready to be your student. You are already please. And I am also happy and as such congratulate the Mr. Bandari for this 3 days wonderful training summit, having sharing the views and give the training and to know what is going on at present in the world. As such, the theme of the summit, advanced technologies, law, ethics and governance, in fact reflects the trinity of the forces and more particularly the purpose for which this glitter is there. I will talk some with respect to my own subject, that is judiciary. At present, sir, we are at the crossroad and we are in the change, we are at present at the transitional stages. From conservative approach or the things which were going on, we have shifted now, we are thinking and talking about the use of AI, artificial intelligence, in the judiciary. We have started live streaming, we have started digital use of digital platform. For all these things, for the betterment of the justice delivery system. But these transitional days are concerned, we have to be very cautious. You see, when in the economic legislation it is said that it is always, there is a trial and error. And you should give some time to the economic legislature to work. Similarly, we have to give some time for use of AI before we accept everything and wholly the AI. AI has their own, you see, advantages and disadvantages. When judiciary is at present burdened with pressure of work and arrears and all these things, and people have to wait for number of years to get the ultimate justice, because our system is trial court to high court to Supreme Court. It takes time, correct? And the workload which is there with the judges, honorable judges, correct? We know what are their problems. And despite 24 hours, because everybody, every judge is a human being. Every judge has 24/7. We have to work with this 24/7. If the capacity, everybody's capacity is 100 meters per day, correct? And see, in Supreme Court and all the other things, my learned brother is there now. He knows the problems and how the system works, correct? In other countries, correct, they have 100 meters per year. We are having 100 meters per day. And we are disposing of and we are considering everything, correct? And giving full justice to all. We cannot do justice hurriedly, because it is said that justice hurried is justice buried. We believe in actual delivery of justice to the needy person, to the common man. He should not feel that some injustice is done to me. And that is why the use of AI will certainly help the justice delivery system. Use of AI will speed up the functioning of the courts, but at the same time, there are drawbacks also. Drawbacks are that when AI use is there, there is no human approach. The AI works mechanically. They applies whatever is there, whatever you feed, correct, the result will be there. There is no outside other feeding, applying the mind by the AI. Suppose some human approach is to be given. Like Supreme Court, we have got Article 142. Article 142 powers can be exercised by the Honorable Supreme Court to do substantial and complete justice. Where the AI will use this power under 142? Because there is nothing like substantial justice or complete justice so far as AI is concerned. Suppose some criminal activity, some criminal offense has been committed, and there is a discretion to be exercised in giving punishment or sentence. Correct? What he will do? AI will consider only, murder, correct? This much life, nothing then, less than that. But attempt to murder or all other things or some other offense also, where the punishment is between 1 year to 10 years. How AI will work? There the human approach or human application of mind is required. So all these disadvantages are there, but at the same time, correct, there are advantages also. We have to accept what is the best, correct, because there is always, correct, best in everything. You have to find out the best and you have to use it. And for that purpose, there is a training is required. You have to accept it before experiencing it. If you reject it, then you will not achieve the result. And that is why a training or summit like this is required for the purpose of actual understanding the technology. There are misuse also of the AI. There is a data privacy problem also. There are other things also. And even digital platform also, the cyber crimes are there, correct? And many things, correct, these digital platform are being misused. I was heading the advisory platform, and for regulation of cryptocurrency in India. I chaired the session, and we have given the report to the government also how to regulate it. But difficulty is this, that this cryptocurrency, for whatever reason, correct, it is being misused, correct, and it is used for some other purpose. If it is regulated, correct, or it is used in a proper way, correct, then it will enhance the business. It will enhance the confidentiality and credibility. So that is why, correct, this regulation or this summit will today help. 3-day summit, correct. I would have come yesterday also, but there was some other commitments also, so that I could not come yesterday. And I heard that Justice Mehta is there, so I said, okay, readily agreed that I can meet him and discuss him some other also. Now, as I said that at present the judiciary is at the crossroad, accept, not accept. The advantages are also that because of the, I will give you the example of live streaming. Live streaming, there is a transparency, correct? Transparency means even a client from a remote village can know, correct, what is happening in the Supreme Court in my case. There are some funny things also. I can share you also. Yesterday, one of the Honorable Supreme Court judge said with me on the dais. I would like to share with you also. There was one counsel. He appeared. He's a good counsel. He was appearing in the Supreme Court. When Supreme Court, all judges come ready after reading it from the home, so that we can save the time. All 100 matters yesterday, one day earlier. It reaches their residence, they read it and come. So after reading, they made up the amount that, oh, okay, this is a case for notice and grant of stay. So before the council starts, the order is passed, notice stay. Another matter was called out. Then again, he said that, okay, without hearing him, the notice and stay, because there was a point in the matter. After 2 days, the council said, no, sir. I think, I don't know whether you recollect or not. Because I think before his bench, he said, no, sir, please hear me 2 minutes. Because, sir, what is this? Then, sir, last 2 days, you issued the notice and stay without hearing. My client has said, you have not done anything, please return back the money. Then the bench heard him for 1.5 hours, and ultimately matter was dismissed because there was no substance. So she said, sir, I told you to hear me for 2 minutes, not for dismissing this. So these are the advantages and disadvantages of this system also. But ultimately, the client could know from the remote village that what is happening in my, what has happened in my matter. These are the advantages and disadvantages. Disadvantages also there, advantages are also there. Suppose for research work, I always use the digital platform for research, but not for the purpose of making the mind. Some judgments are needed, some literature is required, some history is required, how the litigation started. Everything it will come in 2 pages. This is how the advantages and disadvantages of the system, the digital system, and this AI use. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity, because we have to hear the sitting Honorable Supreme Court Judge Justice Mehta on the subject. Thank you very much, Bandari ji, for giving me this opportunity and to be here with all of you. Thank you very much. Bharat Mata ki jai, jai jai Garvi Gujarat.
Much grateful, sir, for your insightful thoughts on the role of AI in Indian judiciary. And definitely AI is emerging as a great administrative assistant to help the judges and the entire judicial ecosystem. Thank you so much once again. And now, may I request Honorable Justice Suraj Govindraj ji to deliver the special address. Justice Suraj Govindraj ji is a judge at Karnataka High Court. And sir, we are so privileged to have you here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everybody. Justice Sandeep Mehta ji, our Chief Guest and Judge, Supreme Court of India. Justice M.R. Shah and Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri, former judges of the Supreme Court. Honorable Professor Upendra Bakshi ji. Mr. Tony Maruni from Ireland. our distinguished international scholars, practitioners. When I saw the list, it was from Germany, France, Switzerland, Portugal, Australia, Nigeria, Spain, Canada, and the United States of America. That's quite a list of countries there. Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari and the entire Galte family, distinguished speakers and all delegates present here in person and online. Namaste, good morning to you all. 3-day summit is quite a lot, but at the end of the 3-day summit, probably what will happen is when the summit closes and the delegates disperse to their respective countries and the regular work, each of you and each of us will carry with us the weight of a question that has no simple answer, as mentioned by just Demasa just now. How do we govern a technology that thinks, predicts, decides, and acts at the speed that no court, calendar, no legislative session, and no regulatory body can match in real time? The speed, as Mr. Bhandari mentioned, is now in quantum computers. It's in qubits. So that is the speed. A palm-sized chip will be more powerful than all the supercomputers in the world combined, which probably comes in 2029 or 2030. Along with it comes artificial general intelligence. So both of them combined will be a double whammy. That is the question at the heart of ATLEG. I'm grateful that Galte has placed this question for consideration by the brilliant minds that are here and who can come up with some solutions and some thoughts on how to take it forward. Many of you are technologists, but I speak as a judge. And when I say that, I mean quite specific. I do not speak as a technologist, though sometimes in today's world I have to become a technologist. I do not speak as a policy architect. Again, sometimes I need to become a policy architect in today's world. But generally, I speak as a person who sits in a courtroom, reads pleadings, hears argument, writes orders, which has an impact on a human being or a corporation. Even as a corporation, on the human beings who are shareholders, etc., of that company. So the effect of that order is on human beings. Would AI be in a position to handle that situation? As Justice Emasha just mentioned, if it's a punishment from 1 year to 10 years, can AI decide that? Or can AI help in decide that? AI may not be able to decide it, but help definitely it can. But technology whose governance the summit is addressing, law, ethics, and policy, is now entering that courtroom, or in fact has entered the courtroom. It's not waiting for any of us to be ready, the regulators or the judges to be ready. It has already entered. It has arrived in the evidence placed before us, in the tools used by litigants to prepare their cases, in the systems deployed by police to investigate crimes, in the algorithms used by financial institutions whose disputes we adjudicate, as somebody was saying now, it will be borderless finance. In the algorithm, and increasingly in the case management infrastructure that administers the courts themselves. The summit's programs are quite exhaustive. They are remarkable, spanning artificial intelligence, ethics, data protection, cybercrime, autonomous vehicles, liability for it, tokenized assets, quantum cryptography, deepfakes, fintech governance, legal education, and access to justice. There is a coherence in all of these. It is not that these are all diverse topics. If there is an issue, if there is a liability, if there is a accountability which has to be put in, that is through the legal system. The legal system essentially would also end up with the judiciary. So in that coherence of these aspects, how do these aspects get regulated? Do I know what I have to do? Do I know what I don't have to do? Both the do's and the don'ts become very important. That is the policy framework which will come about. And that policy framework in terms of regulation and how to deal with those matters is what also would probably be debated upon. I would love to read the final conclusions by the committee and the rapporteurs who may give us a write-up on that. From a judicial standpoint, this creates three distinct challenges that I would briefly identify. The first is the challenge of evidence. Today, a deepfake is as good as the original. That is why it is a deepfake, because you are not able to identify whether it's a fake or it's a fraud or it's a concocted document. Normally in our judiciary, we would, one of the parties would always say it's concocted, fabricated. And it's easier to identify whether that signature is a forged signature, the document is a concocted one in terms of the stamp paper being a fabricated one, etc. But with a deepfake, it could be any of your voices which could be a deepfake. It could be your face which could be a deepfake. It could be metaverse. It could be situation has come to a place where there are sensory metaverses which have developed. In the sensory metaverse, groping has become an offense. Groping on a metaverse, would it be an offense? You would normally think on the internet there can't be, but we have had cases in London. We have got movies. Movies are essentially what I would say is when a human being, whatever a human being conceives and imagines, it becomes a reality. Movies are the precursor. And in that background, what I would say is with AI, we would want a iRobo, not a Terminator. So that is the baseline that I would draw. AI-generated evidence is not merely an academic exercise. It's a question that will come before courts in India with rapid increasing frequency. Our law of evidence was built for a world of document and witnesses. It is being tested by a world of synthetic realities. And those synthetic realities will become a difficult question for all of us to answer unless we come up with a regulatory framework. The second challenge, as I mentioned earlier, was accountability. When an algorithm performs an action, who answers for the outcome? The programmer, the deploying institution, the regulatory authority, autonomous vehicles, ADAS 4.5 or ADAS 5, it can drive by itself. It could be automatic trading. If there's a loss in automatic trading in the fintech sector, who is going to be responsible for it? I may just switch it on and say, you go on trading. Who will be responsible? Autonomous vehicle, who will be responsible? These conversations would have to have a polycentric governance on black box accountability, and on the free AI model of regulating AI-driven finance would have to engage directly with this question. The answer will define the liability landscape for the next generation of litigation, because we are past the old method of litigation of property matters or injunction matters. Those we'll have cyber frauds, we'll have a large scale reach from Jumantra to across the country. It is not restricted to any particular location or jurisdiction. We have cross-border jurisdictional issues also. The third challenge, this particularly for us, is the judicial independence. I say this carefully because it is a challenge I feel most acutely as a sitting judge. The moment we introduce AI into the decisional process of a court, even in the form of research tools, draft opinion generators, or case outcome prediction systems, we must ask, where does the judge's reasoning end and the machine's suggestion begin? Would it be a subliminal suggestion by the machine for a judge to follow? Or is it something that the human in the loop concept would have to be applied for us to work on? Judicial independence is not merely independence from the executive or legislature, it now adds a third dimension of independence from the architecture of inference that a privately designed algorithm in a black box suggests what could be the likely outcome. And if you even ask ChatGPT, could you give a different outcome with a different reasoning, it would give you that. It depends on what the prompt is. Do we become prompt engineers as such? If you say, these are the facts situation, I want a judgment this way, it would probably give it that way. If you wanted to give it the other way, it would be given that way. And both of them read very well and very coherently for us to be enamored by it. And what is the distinction that we draw there? So this independence must be protected by design and not merely by aspiration of speed. Justice arreed is justice buried, is what we just heard, and that is practically true. India stands at a particularly consequential inflection point. We are a nation of 1.4 billion people with 25 high courts, around 20,000 district courts, and a pendency that makes technological efficiency not a luxury, but a necessity of justice. Can any of you guess what is the number of litigation which you filed before the district courts from 1st January 2015 to 31st December 2025 in a block period of 11 years? Any guesses? 100 million, 10 crores. For those in India, 10 crores. For the others in different jurisdiction, we'll use million, at 100 million, 10 crores. Any other guess? 5 crores, 50 million. Once, twice. You are not supposed to answer anything. Because we did have a conversation on that and we did say that. To remove the suspense from it, we had around 16 crore cases which were filed. That is 160 million for you in millions. So that is the magnitude of litigation which was filed in the last 11 years. And last year itself, it was 2.47 crores or 24.7 million cases which were filed across the country. The litigation which was filed in 2015 was 1 crore per 10 million per year. Now it has gone up to 2.47, which is just increasing. Can you guess how much were disposed of those? More important question, right? 10%. Very good faith in judiciary you have, sir. Then you should have better faith. 10% would make it 1.6 crores. To just give you this one, we have a pendency of 4.37 crores. I'll come to the pendency a little while later. 4.37 crores is what we have as a pendency. So, of course, 1.6 could not be the disposal. It should be much higher. Any other guesses? 75%? Now more faith in the judiciary. Anyone else? 50-50. That is taking the diplomatic route. Okay. We have disposed 14 crore matters. At 87% is the disposal rate. So when you are answering these issues, the fundamental foundation of the numbers are very important for you to think of before you suggest things that could be the solution. If we think of only 5 crores to be the filing or 10 crores to be the filing, we'll be mistaken. And the filing is increasing. It was 2.47. Now, 4.36 being the pendency is again a misnomer in the sense that 4.36 includes 2.47, which was filed last year. The moment a case is filed, it is treated as pendency. That is the unfortunate system that is there. So the day if a case is filed cannot be the pendency of it. So if we remove 2.47 out of it, it comes to rest around 1.8 to 1.9 or 19 million. So that's not bad at all. But the fact remains that it is pending. How do we tackle it? Could this 15% difference in 85 to 100% filing, or could we tackle the pendency by coming to 110% to 120% by AI, machine learning, adding to that 25% disposal? We are not looking at 100%. That 25% is good enough to reach where we have zero pendency or reducing pendency over a period of time, and we can tackle it. The Supreme Court has already published a white paper on the deployment of artificial intelligence in courts. SUAS, the AI assistant translation system, is operational. In fact, to give you another data, we have 37,000 judgments which have been translated into Hindi. Around 50,000 judgments of the Allahabad High Court have been translated into Hindi. Otherwise, most of the other states have had around 60,000 cases which have been translated into different languages, which are available free of cost on the ESCR. So a person who has affinity to a particular language, his mother tongue or the regional language, would be in a position to read that judgment, understand that judgment in his own or her own personal language, which strikes a chord with that person, because some of the nuances of the English language may go unnoticed to that particular person. So that being the case, these issues would have to be looked into. DPDP Act, AI, the regulations of all these things, the cross-border data, so many issues have been put forward. If these could be looked into and a paper presented as to how to take it forward, it would be a great achievement. All the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for raising all the important concerns, issues, challenges, and also sharing your experience with us. And we do definitely have a very strong faith in Indian judiciary and in all of you. Thank you so much. Now it's a pleasure for me to introduce the speaker for the keynote address this morning, Mr. Tony Moroni. He is the co-founder and managing partner for EMEA at Axis CX and principal at the Digital Explorer. He served as Senator for Ireland at World Business Angels Investment Forum, affiliated with the G20's Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion, and also a faculty member at the Institute of Bankers in Ireland, delivering programs on digital disruption in financial service and fintech. So we welcome you and invite you to deliver the keynote address of the Galto Mega Summit on ATLEG. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Tony Maroney, absolutely delighted to be here. My first time in India, and thank you, Dr. Bandari, for the kind invitation, but also to all of you who've made me feel so welcome. I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, and I'm not a technologist, so you might wonder, why am I here? I work with businesses all over the world in the space of disruption. And one of the biggest issues that we have is that this phrase, digital transformation, immediately puts us in the wrong frame of mind, because we're not technologists. Everything becomes about the digital. And in reality, actually, the technology is secondary. It's not about the AI, it's not about the blockchain, it's not about quantum, it's not about any of those things. It's about, what does this mean for our businesses? And if it's important to our business, it also means, well, what does it mean from a legal perspective? What is it that we need to be thinking about as our organizations move forward? So today I'm going to talk to you about AI, not from the perspective of transforming the technology, but from the impact it has in terms of accountability. And we heard this already this morning in terms of, well, actually, who is accountable? Because if machines are making decisions, well, what does that mean? So I want to put it a little bit in context first, see if this works. Yeah. Oh. Yes, it's working. So we're hearing all this talk about AI and all the wonders that it's going to do. But in reality, we have spent 3 decades or more on digital transformation. And yes, we've improved certain things. We've got some efficiencies, we've got some more insights, all those type of things. No, hello, hello. Oh, yes. But in reality, you know, have we got the type of change that we expected? And the answer is no. And it depends on who you talk to. You know, the failure rates or the ability to deliver results has failed by 70 to 80%. And it's not because of the technology. The technology does what the technology does. But what hasn't changed sufficiently enough is our business models, particularly in relation to decisions. And what I see all over the world is we take a new technology and we overlay it onto our organization and we keep everything else the same. Now, I don't know about you, but you know, I don't think that's going to bring about the type of change that we can expect. So, one other thing, and it was mentioned already in our speeches here, is that this is not a passive technology. So it starts to raise another important, really important question. And it's not a technical question. It's a business question, it's a governance question, and it's a legal question. And that question is, go back. I need to stand over this side maybe. Who is responsible when decisions are no longer truly human? And that's the question that we need to be thinking about. Oh yes, no, we're good, yeah, thank you. He wants to make sure I go home okay. All right. And what we really need to think about here is that AI is not about automating processes. It's about automating decisions. It's also changing, where does intelligence sit in the organization? Because historically it sat at the top of the organization, or at least our leaders would like us to think it was at the top of the organization. Certainly the organization chart mandated that. But we're now moving into a space where technology is making decisions, so it's no longer about optimization. It's about delegating judgment. Because the technology is learning, adapting, acting, learning, adapting, acting, and pretty soon we're not quite sure what the technology is doing. So it was already referenced in terms of black boxes, etc. But it also means that it's moving from being an assistant to actually have an agency. Because if the technology is making decisions, to my mind, it has agency. And if it has agency, it therefore is an actor in the organization. And that raises a fairly fundamental question in terms of, our organizations, are we blindly, or is there is a phrase called willful blindness, are we not acknowledging the fact that decision-making is changing? Because if responsibility is changing, right, because if the decision authority moves, well, responsibility moves as well. And that means accountability moves too. And if we ignore this, we have the beginning of systemic risk in our organizations. And I can guarantee you that we will have a situation in the future where, in front of our honorable judges, directors will be saying, we didn't realize the technology did this. And that won't be an acceptable reason for why things went wrong. As with all things, our organizations like to have this sense of control. So, we have AI now. So let's have better dashboards, let's have more oversight, let's have better governance. And all of these give a sense that we are in control, but are we actually in control? Because dashboards that give us more data and more insights, but less comprehension perhaps, doesn't mean we understand better what's happening in our organization. In fact, we may not know what is happening in the organization. We may not even know the decisions have been taken. Oversight, great. So we're looking at outputs. But that doesn't mean we're accountable for the outcomes, unless we're clear about it and we're intentional about it. And governance. Does governance mean responsibility? Well, if no one owns the consequences, because it's unsure who actually made the decision, well, is our governance framework really working? And this has been mentioned already. If we have AI acting in our organization and we have no traceability of why or how it happened, that is not governance. And, I'll defer to the people behind me, but, the courts are not going to evaluate your dashboards. They're not going to evaluate your intention. They're going to look at the decision. They're also going to look at, well, who made the decision, and perhaps even who should have made the decision. So dashboards, great. Oversight, great. Governance, fantastic. But is that really what we're doing? And these are real questions that we must address. I'm sorry, my ticker is a little slow. So, this one. So, when we think about accountability, we tend to think about authority, judgment, accountability, and control. And we've been using these sort of tenets for the last couple of centuries. But AI starts to fundamentally challenge each and every one of these. So authority. Authority usually came from, the person with the most experience, they had the position in the organization, etc. But what if authority is increasingly challenged by AI? Because humans are deeply flawed, in case we didn't know it. We're deeply flawed. And in the main, we operate with, sufficient information, so we satisfy. AI can operate with full information. So what if accountability starts to be challenged because the technology actually is making better decisions? Judgment. All our great leaders like to say they have great judgment. They understand the business. They can see the trends. They can spot the anomalies. What if AI is doing that better, doing it 24 hours a day, 365 days a year? And what if the board is looking at the simulated judgment of technology versus the actual judgment of executives? and starting to question it. Accountability. Well, accountability, to my mind, suggests someone made a decision. So it comes back to the core point. Who made the decision? Was it the person? Or was it the AI? Or was it a combination of both of them? So there was all these opportunities to intervene and shape the decision. But what if that's compressed to a nanosecond? So there are no reviews. The technology makes the decision in the moment. We no longer have the ability to intervene. So when we look at this, we need to be sort of saying, well, our whole premise of how we run organizations needs to change. Because otherwise we have some serious challenges. But the other thing it does is it starts to, and you mentioned earlier about the car, right? So one of the big issues on the car, as I understand it, is, well, who's responsible if the autonomous car goes wrong? Is it the car maker? Is it the guy who wrote the algorithm? Is it the person in the car? Was it the council who had your car on the road? Who's responsible? And if we look at our organizations, now what we have is we have developers building models, training data. We have operators putting it into deployment and running the business with it. And we have the organization itself deciding on what basis it can operate and what the risk appetite should be, etc. So we have shared responsibility, which means we have distributed risk. But actually, if we're not explicit about this, well, then we have no responsibility. And the issue we face then is, if this becomes unclear, actually our risk and our liability increases. So one of our major challenges is, because all this is happening at such a speed, our leadership and our governance models are struggling to keep up with machines that operate at machine speed with machine logic, not human intent. And that's a real challenge that we must address. Oh. So, we're in a new era. We have decisions delegated by default. And this is happening in our organizations today already. It might be happening in small places, but it's happening. And even if it's as simple as getting ChatGPT to write the letter, it's happening. So we're starting to delegate by default. We're no longer thinking for ourselves. We're just letting the machines do things. And what happens is that we start to rely on these machines, and we no longer start to question them. And so we're not questioning them, we're blindly following them. And most importantly, we're now getting the evidence after the fact. Oh, go back. So we're now getting evidence after the impact. So before, we operated in an environment where we could look at something and sort of say, well, if we were to do that, what might the impact be? How might it create risk in the business? How might we mitigate those risks? Now actually what we're getting is evidence after the event. So the machine has done something and maybe compounded it, and maybe we didn't even know for 9 months until we find we have a problem with all of our customers. And we're now dealing with the evidence after the event, and we're trying to justify or make sense of it, which is not a place we want to be. So we need to reframe governance. It's no longer about controlling individual outcomes. This is about responsible systems. So just as we try to govern for behaviors in our organization, we need to start governing for behaviors of our technology. So we need to start thinking about, well, what is happening and how are things manifesting and why is it manifesting that way? And look, I hear a lot of talk about humans in the loop. From where I sit, or stand at the moment, that's too passive. It needs to be humans in control. Because I am sure if you go to the courts and you say, well, actually, we had humans in the loop, they'll be looking at you sort of say, yeah, but how did that impact the decisions? So we need to change our whole perspective, and we need to start looking at this in terms of the architecture, in terms of the intent, and in terms of the overall outcomes that we're achieving within the business. So if we work on the premise that, look, we've always worked with leadership being intelligent, making the decisions, and that premise is gone. The question that I want to leave you with is, when intelligence is no longer human, what does accountability become? Because to my mind, the greatest risk is not that the AI fails, is that accountability gets distributed and we have no idea what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moroni, for sharing your insights with us, very important insights with us. And now it's time for some special addresses, addressed by our esteemed guest of honor, who has shared his recording with us. He couldn't come here and join in person. Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri. A brief, he doesn't need any introduction, but still Justice Sikri has been an eminent Indian jurist, is an eminent Indian jurist and a former judge of Supreme Court of India. And he's also been an international judge at the Singapore International Commercial Court, Singapore Supreme Court. So we are so thankful to him. And he is also a Galtarian. That's an important introduction and a new feather to his cap. So may I please request to play his recorded message. Okay.
All delegates and visionaries
Yes.
in Hyderabad for ATLEG 2026. Professor Bhandari and his team for giving me this opportunity to address you all. For certain reasons beyond my control, I have not been able to join all of you in person, even when it was my earnest desire to be there amongst you and enjoy, or I will say not only enjoy, but gain a lot of wisdom also in this 2 or 3 days event which has been organized. Hello everyone. I extend my warm wishes to all of you who have gathered here today, all delegates and visionaries in Hyderabad for ATLEG 2026. At the outset, I must thank Professor Bhandari and his team for giving me this opportunity to address you all. for certain reasons beyond my control, I have not been able to join all of you in person, even when it was my earnest desire to be there amongst you and enjoy, or I will say not only enjoy, but gain a lot of wisdom also in this 2 or 3 days event which has been organized. I must also express in the beginning itself that I have come to know Professor Bhandari very recently. Earlier we had met, but not that closely. And I admire his dedication, his commitment for the cause, his hard work which he puts in for everything which he organizes, and that applies to this particular conference also. The way he has been following up, the way he has been making the arrangements, as I could see, for this particular event, which is very significant event, it is really remarkable. And it not only impresses us, me particularly, but I would say it has inspired me also, that yes, if we have to undertake some task, it should be with the same sense of dedication as Professor Bhandari has shown. I have come to know about GALTER also, that is Global Academy of Law, Tech, Education and Research, very recently. I have now become a member of GALTER, and the service, I would say, to the society, particularly legal community, which it is providing, as the name suggests, Global Academy of Law, Tech, Education and Research. So in law, tech, education and even research, the service which it is providing is really, really tremendous and has to be much appreciated. And I congratulate GALTER for convening this ambitious summit at such a critical juncture in our technological evolution. Why I say so? As I have seen, the theme of this particular conference is Advanced Technologies, Law, Ethics and Governance. It is no longer a matter of academic speculation. As we know, the manner in which the technology is developing and making inroads into our daily life, including in the field of law, it no more remains an academic speculation. It is the front line of modern governance today. Delhi, a couple of months ago, had hosted an AI summit, World Summit, and the participation of most of the countries in that summit, and CEOs and chairpersons of very, very big multinational companies who are all here in Delhi, is a testimony to the importance of technology in our life. And same applies to law as well. We are witnessing a transition from the era of lex, that is law, to the era of lex informatica, as algorithms begin to influence everything from judicial outcomes to socio-economic opportunities. We must ask ourselves, how do we preserve the human element in an automated world? History teaches us that technology moves with velocity, while law moves with deliberation. However, the gap between the two can no longer be a chasm. To ensure the rule of law does not become the rule of code, we must infuse our legal framework with, and I highlight some of the points. Number one, proactive ethics, designing systems that are ethical by design rather than as an afterthought. Next, algorithmic transparency, ensuring that the black box of AI remains open to judicial scrutiny. And it is very, very important, as we have been seeing some of the issues which AI is raising as far as judicial or legal functions are concerned. And I think there would be a lot of deliberations on this in this summit during this next 2 days. Then I also highlight global synchronicity, recognizing that technology knows no borders and neither should our commitment to human rights. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, biotechnology, autonomous systems, and big data analytics, fintech, metaverse, and quantum computing are reshaping every facet of human existence. How we work, how we communicate, how we access justice, and even how we understand our own humanity. History teaches us that technology moves with velocity while law moves with deliberation, which I have already mentioned above. And therefore, organizing such a summit in these times, I think it's something which, as we say, the idea whose time has come. We need deliberation on various aspects which are going to be discussed, deliberated, and pondered over
Sir, there is no
by
sound.
various
Can't listen you.
speakers who are going to speak on these subjects, and all the audience who is going to attend. There would be useful deliberations, and therefore for organizing such a summit, it serves as a beacon for responsible innovation, reminding us that technology must always remain a servant of humanity, not its master. And that is the central theme of this particular summit. And I am very, very, I think, and I am very sure that the deliberations would be very useful, and the ideas which come out from this summit will be shared with the policy makers so that we are able to achieve rule of law and do justice to the society. Even with this technology, technology becomes support for achieving rule of law and justice, and it should not become an obstacle. And at the end, I also must say that must add to this at this Galter that there are two outstanding teachers who are going to be felicitated as the teachers of the year who have been given this award. Again, thanks to Professor Bandari, who reached out to me and asked me to be the chair of the jury, consisting of two most eminent teachers, including one, Professor Bakshi, who was my teacher as well, and Professor Jaswal. We chose these two persons, and I am very, very, I hope that this is, our judgment is appreciated, and I congratulate Professor Rajkumar as well as
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. For some reason, it got stuck. So, Honorable. Yes. Honorable Justice Sikri was congratulating the awardees for the day, and we'll be coming to the award ceremony in a little while. We are, all the Galtarians, we are very much grateful to him for sending his recorded message and also for blessing us for the occasion. So a big thanks to him. And now it's time for another special address, as Justice Sikri mentioned, by his professor, by Professor Upendra Bakshi, the most distinguished professor we have known. He is a legal scholar since 1996, professor of law in the Department of University of Warwick, United Kingdom. He has been the Vice Chancellor of University of Delhi, prior to which he held the position of Professor of Law at the same university for 23 years. He has also served as a Vice Chancellor of the University of South Gujarat, and in 2011, most important to mention here, he was awarded the Padma Shri, India's fourth highest civilian award. Professor Bakshi couldn't come here because of the health issues, but he has been very generous enough to send us a detailed note on the theme of the summit, as well as a recorded video message for all of us. So the detailed note will be shared with all the Galtarians later in the soft copy. Can we please play his recording? Yes. Okay, so the term Galtarian has been coined by Professor Bakshi. So yes, we seek pride in that. We take a lot of pride in that. Thank you. Can we please play the recording? Lights on, please. There's some issue there, sir. Please switch on all the lights, sir.
Have you in this inaugural session as guest of honor. Your blessings are always available in abundance to all the Galtarians. I request you to kindly record your address as guest of honor, which we will play, and also I will read out the special address and note you have shared for ATLEG 2026. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bandari. It is very nice to be with you all. And it's very kind of you to ask me again for this great conference. I again greet you all very much. I have not much to say excepting I want to add something. I've already said plenty of minuses about AI in my speech, which I hope people will read. But I just came across something new, which I think I should share with you all. It's too early to say that we are witnessing a birth of a human rights-oriented AI, or even a constitutional AI. It's too early. But my attention was drawn recently to a firm called Anthropic. And Anthropic is a toy dispute with the government of US. And the Anthropic is making many products, including a program called Claude, which is very popular. And it has some contracts with government of United States, Defense Department. And it insisted, fortunately, these AI companies rarely do it, but they insisted on, I quote, strict red lines. And what were their strict red lines? These were meant, this clearly said that the programs of Anthropic should not be used, and I quote, for unrestricted surveillance or autonomous weapons, unquote. This is extraordinary. So far, no supplier in a global supply chain of military hardware or cyber warfare computer has dared to lay down certain red lines in government defense contracts. And the government, of course, the Pentagon, the White House, has demanded a total use and access for national security purposes without any restriction, and has in fact said that it is not responsibility of the contractor to decide or to advise on how warfare is conducted. It is responsibility of the state to consider all defense matters. A mere contractor, a program supplier, a cyber warfare supplier, or a hardware supplier is not supposed to lay down conditions. But what is extraordinary is that Anthropic has insisted on this condition. It has also now filed lawsuits challenging the idea that the state can do anything it likes as far as defense is concerned or as far as warfare is concerned. This cannot be a matter of a private contractor saying how defense matters will be conducted. Not content with registering a protest or drawing some red lines, Anthropic has now gone further when it heard the Defense Department protest and filed lawsuits in America challenging the government or the state. This is unusual, and this sets up a major precedent. And therefore, I do think it's too early to speak of human rights or as you say, humanization of AI and so on by commercial companies. But this is one example which proves your idea of humanization. This is one example where humanization of AI programs, even in matters of defense, the private AI company is drawing some lines that you cannot use it for mass warfare.
Yes,
you
sir.
cannot use this category more precise. One, you cannot use the program for unrestricted surveillance, and two, for autonomous weapons. These are two guidelines, red
Yes.
lines. And now it's a matter of lawsuits as to a very, very interesting lawsuit because the problem gets complicated if you state the state as an ethical agent, a
Yes, sir.
moral agent. If you have a negative view of the state power as a amoral, anything goes kind of thing, then of course it is not a problem. But if the state is an ethical agent, is to be considered ethical agent, it can say to a supplier of hardware of any kind, soft or hard, that a mere contractor cannot determine
Yes,
what
sir.
uses the technology will be put to. But assume
Thank
that the contractor itself also is an ethical agent. So there are two conflicting moralities of the
Yes,
weapon
sir.
supplier and of the state. Which should prevail?
Thank you, sir.
Law should decide,
Yes, sir.
and use of wisdom.
Thank you. We are much grateful to Professor Bakshi. He's a legendary figure when it comes to his role and contribution in the development of legal jurisprudence. So we are grateful to him not just for addressing us today, but also for his remarkable contribution to legal jurisprudence. Thank you. And now, moving on to the next section, it's time for acknowledging some very important academic and research contributions with the beginning of the release of ATLEG souvenir. The souvenir has been beautifully prepared and designed by Ms. Priyanka Vedanath and Advocate Vipin Raj. May I request to bring the souvenir on the stage and request all the dignitaries to release the same. The souvenir contains all the abstracts of the papers which have been presented and will be presented during the 3 days of the Mega Summit. I also request Priyanka to join us on the stage and say a few words about it.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais and fellow Galtarians. The ATLEG souvenir has messages from 13 eminent jurists who are also present amongst us today. And also about 50 plus abstracts that were shared by the legal academicians, industry experts, research scholars, and students. I hope all of you had the souvenir and you can see it firsthand about their contribution to the ATLEG summit. So many thanks to all the Galtarians and others who have contributed, and my special thanks to Vipin who helped in the processing of this souvenir. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Priyanka. And now it's with immense pleasure and pride that me personally, as well as all of us together, all the Galtarians today, celebrate a very significant milestone. It's a book being authored by our professor, Professor M.K. Bhandari. So it's time for the release of the book, titled Emerging Technologies, Application, Regulation and Governance, published by Thomson Reuters. So before we release the book, may I invite Professor Bhandari to tell us about the book, followed by the release.
Thank you. It is my pleasure and privilege to get this book released by our learned guest here. After making a lot of efforts and out of turn, Thomson Reuters has given me just 4 copies yesterday, 11 p.m. From Chennai, because this book was not listed in their printing schedule till April. But I wanted to take this opportunity, so they gave me only 4 copies. Now after 15th of April, the book will be available. Just a minute. It is not the size of the book which is important, it is the contents which is important. The book is having 33 chapters, 12 appendices, which include the first white paper for Bitcoin by Satoshi Nakamoto. My friend George knows it. And then many other European AI Act, Indian DPDP Act, and many other international responsible AI, Digital India draft, so many. So I have covered till January 2026 the developments and advancements in the blockchain technology and fintech, metaverse, artificial intelligence, digital assets, and last one, the quantum computing. The second book, which is in process, is about the cyber security and quantum computing. Again, because quantum computing has been discussed not in a very much detail here. So I hope that this book will be one of the essential book for all those who are teaching law and technology in India at any stage. I thank Thomson Reuters for publishing it. Thomson Reuters needs no introduction, and it is an outcome of the 2 years of research and 7-8 years of my experience as a Galterian. And I must thank my wife Shobha Bhandari for sustaining my efforts, and all those my family members who have supported me in this mega project. So I am thankful to Honorable Sir for releasing it today. And the book will be available after 10-15 days. I'm sorry, I have only 4 copies with me. So we all will release it here. And I'll share the link with all those who want to buy it. They will get as a special 40% discount on this book, as the Thomson Reuters has said me that you can share the link, and initially 30-40 days we will offer 40%. Normally we offer 20 to 25%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the release of the book titled Emerging Technologies, Application, Regulation and Governance, published by Thomson Reuters and authored by our eminent professor, Dr. M.K. Bhandari. Please put your hands together for the release of the book. Thank you very much. And now it's time for the release of another important literary contribution, which has been contributed by Galterian Dr. Shobha Bhandari. May I request Professor Nishtha Jaswal and Mrs. Vibha Bajpayee to come on the stage and release the literary poster, which portrays the amazing literary contribution by Galterian Dr. Shobha Bhandari. Ma'am, please. Before we release the poster, may I request Dr. Shobha Bhandari to felicitate Professor Nishtha and Mrs. Bajpayee by presenting a shawl to them. So more power to women. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our 3 eminent women and female power here. Thank you so much. Dr. Bhandari, it's my pleasure to introduce her briefly here. Dr. Bhandari holds a doctorate in English literature, and she has also graduated in Hindi literature. She has a flavor of writing Hindi and English poems, as well as short stories and articles, out of which more than 150 have been published in various national and international dailies and magazines. Within a span of 4 years, she has completed 17 ebooks comprising 400 poems, bilingual, having all literary titles. Kindly note, starting from the letter A. She has dedicated one of her collections entitled Abhar to her mentor and PhD guide, Professor Dr. Mrs. Kamini Dinesh. And one of her collection titled Astitva has been co-authored by Galtarian Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar from United States. May I request Dr. Bhandari to share a few words with us.
Feeling so blessed and overwhelmed for the honor on my literary poster comprising of 17 ebooks plus 400 plus books, poems on Hindi and English languages. So I am extremely grateful to Dr. Madam Nishta Jaswal and Mrs. Vibha Vajpayee for giving me this honor. And I would also like to thank a lot to the lifeline of our Galtar family, Dr. Aparajita and Dr. Priyanka. Please come over the dais for a photograph.
Thank you so much. And now it's a great honor for me to invite our chief guest for this summit, Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta ji. Justice Sandeep Mehta ji is a sitting judge of the Supreme Court of India. And prior to his elevation to the Supreme Court, he has also served as the Chief Justice of Rajasthan High Court. Earlier, he was a permanent judge of Rajasthan High Court and had initially been appointed as an additional judge of the same court. It's an honor for all of us, each of the Galtarian here to serve, have you with us today and listen to your words. Thank you.
A very good morning to all. My esteemed elder brother, Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, or as we fondly call him, Mukesh Bhai. He has been a guiding light for me for a long time, and he had supported me through tough times. Thank you, sir. Dear brother Suraj Govindraj, my younger brother, his name justifies what he does. He is truly the son, the illustrating son, and illuminating the Indian judiciary with his knowledge and know-how on technology. He is one of the forerunners of how the system, the judiciary, is developing on all fours in adaptation of technology. I have learnt a lot from him, I must tell you. My esteemed teacher, Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari, Tony, the Vice Chancellors present here, members of the academic and legal fraternity, senior advocates, gracious ladies and gentlemen, and dear participants. It's indeed, first of all, I must tell you that it's really a daunting task now, that all these erudite speeches on by domain experts on this topic in which I am truly a novice, it's really challenging to speak here amongst this august gathering. But all the same, it's indeed a pleasure to be here today at the inaugural session of ATLEG 2026. This is a global mega summit hosted under the aegis of Galter, the Global Academy of Law, Tech, Education and Research. I feel truly privileged that Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari Sahab has given me this opportunity to be a part of this occasion. This summit is providing a vital forum to address a subject which is of profound consequences to the future of law, both in this country and globally. Let me start with a small observation. We live in a world where artificial intelligence now makes decisions affecting millions, where data collection has reached an unprecedented scale, and where blockchain is fundamentally challenging how we trade. From agriculture, medicine, healthcare, national defense and law, automation using AI is becoming a part of our daily reality, or rather it has become part of the daily reality. In the face of such change, we must ask, what is the role of law here? What is our responsibility as those who serve the legal system? Most importantly, is the current legal framework keeping pace with these shifts? And the imminently burning question, how is dependency on AI affecting our justice delivery system as a whole? These are questions not merely intended to provoke, but to guide. They call for careful introspection and sustained engagement. It is in this context that institutions like Galter and summits like ATLEG assume great significance. They provide a space not merely for a discussion, but for informed and structured reflection on issues that are likely to define the future of law. Before I speak about the institution and the summit itself, I want to say a few words about the inspiration behind the event. Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari, my revered teacher in law graduation. Dr. Bandari was our professor, and his was one of the most sought after lectures during those evening classes which most of the law students invariably attended. It is rarely the case that the person who identifies a legal gap is also the one who undertakes the task of building the institution and the framework to address it. Professor Bandari is one of those rare personas. Many scholars critique the law. Fewer take the additional step of creating the institutions required to engage with it. Professor Dr. M.K. Bandari Sahab belongs to the latter, the rarer category. He is amongst the senior-most professors of law in India, with over 4 decades of experience spanning constitutional law, intellectual property, and human rights. Within that long career, he chose to turn his attention to cyber law and digital governance, blockchain and cryptocurrency, long before these subjects had entered mainstream legal discourse. That was not the obvious choice at that point of time. It required both intellectual foresight and willingness to work in the areas where established frameworks were very thin and scholarly company was scarce. His decision to establish Galter represents something beyond individual scholarship. It is an effort to institutionalize a line of inquiry to bring together law, technology, and ethics within a single, structured, and enduring framework. Scholarship contributes to discourse, institutions sustain it. They provide continuity, they organize, they provide collaboration, and ensure that important questions continue to be asked even as the people asking them change over time. To Professor Bhandari, therefore, appreciation is due not only for his academic contributions, but for the effort to create an institutional framework that is intended to endure and evolve with time. My deepest felicitations to you, sir, for this event and for the wonderful publications which have been just now shown to the August gathering. And really it's a matter of pride that Thomson Reuters has taken over the task of publishing your book. This is a remarkable achievement, I must say. The establishment of an institution such as Galter reflects an important recognition that the challenges posed by the emerging technologies cannot be addressed within the confines of any single discipline. Questions relating to artificial intelligence, digital currencies, or data governance do not arise purely within law. They engage computer science, economics, ethics, public policy, and constitutional principles simultaneously. These are interconnected issues and they require responses that are equally integrated. What is therefore necessary is not an isolated expertise, but sustained and structured engagement across disciplines. In that context, initiatives of this nature seek to facilitate dialogue and research aimed at developing frameworks that are both principled and workable. The emphasis on an ethico-legal approach is particularly relevant because innovation without ethical grounding remains incomplete, while regulation without adequate understanding is unlikely to be effective. The broader value of such effort lies in the continuity of intellectual engagement which it promotes. Though it is through sustained and collaborative effort that legal thought evolves and adapts to new realities. At the heart of this academy lies what is described as the Galter doctrine. As a student of law, I find its philosophical foundations particularly compelling. It draws its inspirations from Aristotle, who defined law as a sort of order, a comprehensive framework of rules that gives coherent direction to collective life. He saw law not as a set of restrictions, but as the organizing principle through which order and justice are made possible. That insight has endured through centuries of legal thought, and it remains relevant even today. The Galter doctrine therefore applies that insight to the current situation. It holds that law and technology are not antagonistic forces, but two streams intended to flow together to energize and enhance each other. Law provides the normative framework, the values, the rules, and the accountability structures within which technology must operate. Technology provides the capabilities and the possibilities that law must learn to govern. Both, therefore, are engaged in the shared pursuit of order and human dignity, and both must remain answerable to the demands of ethics. What the doctrine ultimately asked of us is to see law as the ordering principle of a well-functioning and seamless technological society, one in which innovation is not left ungoverned and governance is not left uninformed. Now let me speak about the ATLEG 2026, what the summit seeks to achieve. The theme which runs through the conference, advanced technology, law, ethics and governance, could not have been more relevant and timely. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, virtual reality, biotechnology, and robotics are no longer matters of distant speculation. These are reshaping the way we work, communicate, trade, govern, and litigate. They have created opportunities for innovation and inclusion of a scale that previous generations could not have anticipated. They have also generated questions of legality, ethics, accountability, human rights, and social justice that are amongst most complex that legal thought has ever been asked to address. As societies move into an era of hybrid human-machine ecosystem, the inadequacy of an existing legal structure is becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Algorithmic bias, deepfakes, as has been referred to by my previous speakers, genomic privacy, and the growing concentration of digital power in the hands of few private operators. Mark my words, this is very important because every country is facing grave challenges because where the control lies. These are not hypothetical concerns. They are live problems for which current law in many jurisdictions does not have adequate answers for the present. Nations are beginning to converge towards global norms, but significant regulatory fragmentation persists. The need for a proactive, coordinated, and multi-stakeholder response has therefore become genuinely urgent. The sub-themes of the summit reflect that complexity. They span the reinvention of digital jurisprudence, digital rights and humanism in the digital age, intellectual property in an era of generative technology, responsible artificial intelligence, data protection and digital sovereignty, robotics and autonomous systems, fintech and digital assets, smart contracts, the metaverse, global data governance, and the regulation of digital markets. The expanse of the summit is well carved out and intentional because the governance challenges of a technology rarely stay confined within it. For example, artificial intelligence affects privacy, cybersecurity affects autonomy, blockchain affects financial regulation and consumer protection simultaneously. A summit that addresses these themes together rather than in isolation is making an important intellectual choice, the choice to engage with the actual interconnected shape of the problem. The objectives of ATLEG 2026 are practical, innovative, as well as ambitious, I must say. The summit seeks to foster global alignment on technology governance, to identify regulatory gaps, to develop ethical frameworks that policymakers and developers can actually use, and to propose governance models capable of evolving alongside the technologies they govern. It is designed to produce concrete outcomes, a global declaration on tech governance, a policy roadmap till 2030, white papers, and the foundation of a continuing multidisciplinary governance network. Friends, many conferences end with speeches. The value of this initiative lies in its attempt to end with structure, with outcomes that create institutional memory, policy continuity, and a network of people and institutions that will carry this work forward well beyond this vibrant week in Hyderabad. The establishment of a permanent global tech governance network is a crucial step in that direction. What is needed is not only innovative ideas generated at a single event, but a sustained institutional mechanism that monitors the developments, tracks the implementation of recommendations, and responds to new technological challenges as they arise. The choice of a hybrid format with participants present here in Hyderabad and contributors joining virtually from across the world reflects the spirit of what this summit is about. That knowledge should not be limited by geographical boundaries. When the subject is the global governance of technology, the conversation must itself be global and inclusive. Now, what is the judicial perspective of the conference? On a personal note, I must say that this kind of multidisciplinary forum is genuinely necessary. Courts, as everyone knows, are already being asked to interpret constitutional guarantees and statutory provisions in the context of technologies that earlier generations of legislators and judges did not anticipate. Mark my words, it is now already the provisions of section 65B or 63.3 of the Bharatiya Sakshya Adhiniyam, they are already being challenged. They were introduced just in recent past, and they are already facing challenges on applicability. Questions about privacy and surveillance, the legal accountability of automated decision making, as was discussed by Justice Shah, Justice Govindraj, the status of AI generated content, genomic data and its protection, the regulation of deepfakes, a huge challenge in day-to-day life, and the jurisdiction of courts over digital platforms operating across borders. These are already at the doors of our courtrooms, not as hypothetical cases, but as live matters requiring a speedy response. What makes this summit particularly valuable from a judicial perspective is its composition. It brings together not only lawyers and judges, but educationalists, academicians, biotechnologists, quantum researchers, civil society representatives, and senior figures from international bodies. This vast range of expertise reflects a mature understanding that no single institution or profession can address these questions alone. Now, I would like to say something about the role of the young researchers and the paper presenters in this conference, in this summit. What you have done in preparing and submitting your research is not a small thing. You would have engaged seriously with some of the most complex and consequential questions in contemporary legal thought. You would have dreamt of ideas, pondered upon the same, researched those ideas, formed arguments, and put your thoughts into a form that can be examined, debated, and built upon. That is the basic unit of intellectual progress, and it matters more than it may sometimes seem. Something is not made clear to the young researchers, that is, the ideas developed at conferences like this do have a way of reaching the places where the decisions are made. They find their way into legislation through the work of policy advisors who read widely. They find their way into court judgments through submissions of counsel who stay updated with academic scholarship. They find their way into regulatory frameworks through officials who are themselves once students presenting papers at summits like this. The rigor you have brought to this research process will serve you well when you encounter the challenges that artificial intelligence is already beginning to pose within the legal arena, and those challenges will come sooner rather than later. The legal questions that ATLEG 2026 addresses do not have ready or settled answers. The law around artificial intelligence is still in the process of development. The constitutional framework for data protection is still evolving, even though the act has come into force. But still, as it is said that law is dynamic, the process of evolution will continue with the challenges. The governance architecture for decentralized technologies is still contested. These are genuinely open questions, and the papers being presented here by the scholars and the emerging researchers are part of the process by which those answers are being worked out. Everyone, each one of the participants is contributing to that process. My suggestion, therefore, to the young researchers, engage fully with the feedback which you receive here, because criticism is how ideas improve. Stay in conversation with the community that Galter is building, because the questions you are working on today will remain with you throughout your professional lives. Do not be discouraged by the scale of the challenge. Every generation of lawyers has faced a moment when the law seemed inadequate to the demands of the time. What distinguished the scholars and the practitioners who made a difference was not that they had all the answers. It was that they kept on asking the right questions with discipline and honesty. That is what this summit is inviting you to do. Law, for all its imperfections, remains the most reliable instrument we have for organizing power in a way that is accountable and responsive to the values of the communities it governs. The task of making law adequate to the challenges of the digital age is demanding, but it is neither impossible nor unachievable. It is, in fact, the central legal task of our time. Institutions like Galter exist, therefore, to take on that task with the seriousness it deserves. To the scholars, the practitioners, and the students gathered here, my message is that your engagement with these problems over these 3 days of vibrant discussions carry significance beyond the academic discourse. The themes of this summit are not abstract ideals. They are the pillars upon which a credible and just regulatory future for technology must be built. Before I close, I must remind everyone that let us strive to a situation that artificial intelligence does not take over natural intelligence. I'll share one anecdote. I was doing a habeas corpus petition in the year 2000. It was a petition filed on behalf of a young mother seeking custody of her 3 months old child who had been snatched by the father. The matter came before the court, and after much arguments, the bench was not being persuaded. I told the bench, sir, you should use your own experiences as parents to look at the problem. The judges said that this is a court of law. Why should we use our personal experiences? And as the over-enthusiastic counsel I was at that point of time, I told the judges, sir, if your personal experiences are not to be used in the part of the decision-making process, we may as well ask the governance, the administration to put computers in your place. They would decide the cases. What is the need of the human beings then? And the moment I said those words, notice was issued and the child was ordered to be produced in the court. So, it is my firm belief that howsoever strong artificial intelligence may become, natural intelligence and humanism will always be at the forefront. That is the hallmark of our justice delivery system, and may it remain so. I heartily congratulate Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari Sahab and the entire Galter team for this wonderful conference. I convey my good wishes to the distinguished speakers and the participants who have brought expertise and perspectives to the summit. My congratulations to the winners of the Professor S.R. Bansari Award, Professor C. Rajkumar, who I must appreciate. Your capacity to carry colors with aplomb is remarkable. Really tremendous. And Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai, Vice Chancellor of the NLU. My hearty congratulations to both of them. I particularly congratulate the young researchers who have submitted their papers and ideas. Your engagement with these questions is precisely what this institution needs and what the moment calls for. I wish ATLEG 2026 every success in its deliberations, and I wish Galter success in its larger mission to build an intellectually serious and ethically grounded law text ecosystem that produces ideas which are globally relevant, institutionally useful, and morally sound. I am confident that the vibrant discussions in the sessions spread over 3 days will make the conference a huge success. My sincere words of gratitude to Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari Sahab and the entire team of Galter for having given me this opportunity to inaugurate this mega conference, shining with the presence of legal luminaries and brilliant scholars. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Much grateful to you for your insightful address, for your inspiring words, and also for your advice for young researchers and academicians. Your guidance and mentorship for young Galterians like us are definitely essential, and we look forward to more of such opportunities to hear from you. Right, sir. And sir, I also, just a minute, I take pride in saying like you, me, and many others like me in this hall are students of Professor Bhandari. So we are all here because of him. जैसा कि मैंने शुरुआत में कहा था कि मैं अकेला चलता गया और कारवा बनता गया, लोग जुड़ते गए. So I think that's the real story of the day today. With that, we come towards the conclusion of the session today, and to deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is the chairman and CEO of EST Group, senator at the World Business Angels Investment Forum, and board member of Government Blockchain Association. Dr. Bhaskar has worked his career to global leadership in transforming the financial ecosystem through digital evolution, fintech revolution, and financial inclusion. Dr. Bhaskar, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta, our Chief Guest, Honorable Justice M.R. Shah, Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri, Honorable Justice Suraj Govind Raj, Honorable Professor Upendra Bakshi, distinguished keynote speaker Mr. Tony Poloni, and my great friend, Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari, Dr. Shobha Bhandari, esteemed dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and a privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this reinvigorating session, wherein we have been getting all sorts of, I should say, constructive ideas and vigor to fight the artificial intelligence, wherein human intelligence can create its own supremacy. But as we know, there is a virtual inflection point wherein we are fighting artificial intelligence, which is rapidly growing. We are virtually enveloped by swarm of agents, which is agentic AI, which is not only supervising us, but it is guiding us and regenerating. So when we talk of RAG, retrieval, augmentative, and generating, whatever ideas we put it through, it works on it and regenerates and creates a new system for us, a new guideline for us. Now, that is the problem which we are facing, whether human intelligence should prevail over artificial intelligence, or we should have a constant bickering and fight with artificial intelligence. Why did we create it? What is the purpose of it? But it is deeply damaging the humanistic attitude of technology. And as the chairman of EST Group, which is basically an impact platform, we try to create AI as the benefactor for humanity. So that is why we talk of decentralized humanism, wherein artificial intelligence can contribute to the social activism, social regeneration, and promotion of humanity, and that will come through ethics. And what is law? Law is our consensus, the consensus mechanism which has found its footing and root, and that is why we use it to give a verdict of the day that this rule should prevail upon the, I should say, the antagonism created by different technologies and different misrules. So, of course, we have natural learning models, large learning models, small learning models, so various models, but all models must come together to create the model of humanity, and the guardian has to be the legal centers and our justices who have been talking of how to reconcile all the ends and create a viable humanism. I will not like to take much of your time because we have already passed all the time set for the inauguration. Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Bhandari, for inviting me, and thank you, Mrs. Shobha Bhandari, because she's her Saraswati Vandana created a wonder, and I'm one of the few persons who has authored the anthology of poems with her. So thank you very much for honoring me. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Bhaskar. And now I would like to invite Professor Bhandari to mention expression of gratitude, to provide an expression of gratitude as Sir desired. So please.
Thank you, Dr. Parajita. Normally, after vote of thanks, the session closes, but at Galtari is known for creating something new. So this is again a new feature. Thank you. Sorry for, I'll not take much of time. It is rightly said that a teacher is reflected in the glory of his student. So, as Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta ji, when I say him, sir, he says, sir, aap sir mat kahiye. That is the humility he carries. I said, I want to come and just meet you because he was staying as a state guest. He said, no, don't waste your time. कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है, मैं आ रहा हूँ dinner पे. That is the humility. Otherwise, as a protocol, I should go and invite him. He said, no necessity. आपके साथ कोई formality नहीं है. That is what I wanted to just convey here. Honorable Justice Saha, I met him just 10 days before in our crypto regulation meet. I was one of the advisors. So I said, sir, we are organizing this and can you come? हाँ, जरूर. आप detail भेज दीजिए. मैं आ जाऊँगा. Don't worry about that. I'll manage everything. That is the humility and that is the grace for me. Same with Honorable Justice Suraj ji. Yes, I will come. Don't worry. Tony, my friend, from despite all these going on international disruptions going on, Dr. Joshina, one-day flight cancelled, and for making the visit of Tony and Joshina, I am thankful to dear friend Sri Rajkumar Galtarian for ensuring that yes, she will be our guest at Jindal Global University and we'll take care of her travel. Similarly, for Tony Rajkumar and for Joshina, Professor Vajpayee, that yes, we will take care of her, don't worry. We know you have a resource constraints, so she will be our visiting faculty. That's what I just wanted to convey. Similarly, Dr. Ashok Jain, he was going USA because he was away from USA for so many days. He's a noted pediatrician. He said, I'll stay here, come, then I'll go to USA. Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, despite his critical health issues, said, no, it is my event. I am Galtarian, so I'll come from. So he came from Singapore yesterday late night. My friend Georg and Angelica from Germany. So this is what I just wanted to convey, and I sought permission. We have many friends, Professor Sancheti, IFS, E.R. Ghanshyam sir, former High Commissioner and Ambassador to several countries. Ruchi Ghanshyam madam was also likely to come, the High Commissioner of India to UK, her better half. She has written a book, A Road to Pakistan, A Lady in the Pakistan, very important book, but because of some health issue, she could not come. So I am thankful to each one of you. I may not name a few, please excuse me for that. My elder brother, despite his advanced age, 81, he said, नहीं महेंद्र तुम कर रहे हो तो मैं जरूर आऊँगा. And I am thankful to Professor S.R. Bansali Trust. S.R. Bansali, I don't have words to express. He is my guru, he is my mentor, and he is my lifeline. So I don't have words to express for him. And so many friends. I know all my Galter friends, Aparajita, Eklavya, Vipin. Again, naming a few may be discriminatory, so excuse me for that. All have worked hard, day and night, along with me to make this Professor Naidu. Last minute changes, don't worry, we will do it. Don't worry, we will do it. So I'm thankful to all of you. And as it is said, gratitude is a memory of heart. So I carry these memories for me. Thank you very much.
And sir, we Galtarians are thankful to you. An expression of gratitude from our side also to you for organizing this and making this happen today. Thank you so much. And now, it's time for us to move towards the next segment of this ceremony, which is the award ceremony. Professor Dr. S.R. Bhansali's second National Award for Excellence in Law. For this, I request our chief guest and guest of honor to kindly remain seated and request Professor Jaswal, our honorable jury member for the award, Dr. Anil Bhansali, managing trustee of late Professor Dr. S.R. Bhansali Trust, and late Srimati Uchhap Kamar Trust, also to join us on the stage. I respected awardees, Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpayee, Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Delhi, and Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, Vice Chancellor, O.P. Jindal Law School, and Chief Coordinator of the award, Professor Dr. M.K. Bhandari also, to join us here. Sir is already here. May I request all the guests to join us.
हॉल में कौन है भैया? दो चेयर्स ऊपर लाई.
And guest by presenting a bouquet and also say a few words about the trust as well as about the award. Okay. Okay. So I kindly attract your attention towards the video. On the screen here, kindly play the video, please. Can we please play the recording?
And knowledge defined dignity. Such was the personality of Professor Dr. S.R. Bansali. Teaching is a profession where one measures success not by personal growth but by the progress of others. With this vision, Professor Bhansali devoted his entire life to legal education, guiding students and building institutions. He served in various roles at Rajasthan University and later spent more than a decade at Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, as Dean and Head of Faculty of Law. He supervised over 20 scholars for PhD and LLD, many of whom went on to become Vice Chancellors and Judges of High Court.
नेचुरल है, हर व्यक्ति जब आगे बढ़ता है तो उसको कई संघर्षों का सामना करना पड़ता है। जीवन का सबसे संघर्षमय क्षण मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि 1967 में आपने यानी प्रोफेसर बंसाली साहब ने एक प्रथम पुस्तक कमेंट्री ऑन द राजस्थान कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी एक्ट 1965 लिखी थी। यह करीब 500 पेज की पुस्तक थी और चूँकि ये प्रथम पुस्तक थी तो इसे कोई भी पब्लिशर पब्लिश करने के लिए तैयार नहीं था। अतः निश्चित किया गया कि यह स्वयं प्रोफेसर बंसाली साहब खुद ही इसको पब्लिश करेंगे, परंतु उसके लिए प्रिंटिंग का मटेरियल लाना, उसका पेमेंट करना और उसको सेल करना एक बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट जॉब था।
Professor Bhansali is one of the India's finest researchers and writers, whose nearly 40 books continue to guide law students. His works cover subjects such as cooperative law of Rajasthan and Gujarat, constitutional law, human rights, Transfer of Property Act, Consumer Protection Act, Cyber Security Law, Information Technology Act, Domestic Violence Act, and many others. His journey itself was a lesson in perseverance. From working as stenographer with minimal income to becoming one of India's most respected legal scholars. Professor Bhansali authored nearly 40 books on constitutional law, human rights, cooperative law, cyber law, consumer protection, and more. Texts that continue to guide law students today. He delivered lectures at prestigious universities across the world, including Oxford, Harvard, Sydney, and Tokyo, and even visited the International Court of Justice at The Hague. He was also a deeply spiritual personality, devoted in meditation and the teachings of Lord Krishna. On 8th of January 2020, he left for his heavenly abode. But his legacy lives on in his writings, his students.
मुझे इस बात का गर्व है कि मैं देश के वरिष्ठतम विधि शास्त्री और विधि के प्रोफेसर परम आदरणीय सावंतराज जी बंसाली साहब, जिन्हें हम एस.आर. बंसाली साहब कहा करते थे, उनका शिष्य हूँ और फिर उनके साथ एक सहयोगी के रूप में भी जोधपुर के जय नारायण व्यास विश्वविद्यालय की विधि संकाय में सेवाएं देने का अवसर मिला। मैं और मेरे जैसे अनेकों अनेक साथी जिन्होंने उनके मार्गदर्शन में अध्ययन किया, अध्यापन किया, पीएचडी की, डीलिट की, विधि की जो हाईएस्ट डिग्री होती है डीलिट, डॉक्टर ऑफ लिटरेचर, वो की। और हम सब में एक बात कॉमन ये थी कि हमारा प्रोफेसर साहब के प्रति जो समर्पण भाव था वो उनकी सादगी और उनकी जो व्यक्तित्व की महानता है उसको लेकर था।
And the institutions he helped shape. Professor S.R. Bhansali's contribution to legal education remains timeless, inspiring generations to pursue knowledge with humility, dedication, and integrity.
May I now request Dr. Anil Bhansali to welcome and felicitate our guests. Can we please have the bouquet and shawl and the memento on the stage, please? And also, sir, if you can speak a few words about the trust. Yeah. First, the felicitation, please. Yes. So, better bring all the bouquets this way. Okay, let's do it. Come. Yeah. So we are felicitating the guests, especially our awardees today, by presenting them a shawl tying the turban, which is Rajasthani turban. It's a great symbol, cultural symbol of the state of Rajasthan, a symbol of honor. The memento. Yeah. Also to felicitate Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai, along with Professor C. Rajkumar. They are the awardees for the second National Award for Excellence in Law, which has been instituted by Professor Dr. S.R. Bhansali Trust.
Respected Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta, sir, distinguished dignitaries, honored guests, esteemed members of the legal fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Professor S.R. Bhansali Educational Research Trust, it is my privilege and profound honor to warmly welcome you to all of this meaningful and distinguished occasion. We are gathered here today to celebrate the enduring legacy of my late father, Professor S.R. Bhansali, a distinguished legal scholar, visionary, academician, and institutional builder, whose life was devoted to strengthening the legal education and the justice in India. It is in this reverse memory that Trust instituted the Professor S.R. Bhansali Memorial National Award, and this is second National Award for Excellence in Law. It was instituted in 2023. This is the biennial national award, and this is an honor to seek to recognize individuals who have made outstanding and sustained contribution to law, legal education, and the administration of justice. The selection process is really rigorous and guided by eminent jurists, academicians, ensuring that the reward remains a true symbol of merit, integrity, and national recognition. The first and the inaugural award was conferred in 2024 upon Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Paramjit Jaiswal, sir, in recognition of his sustained contribution to law and legal education, selected from among more than 60 distinguished nominees. It gives me immense pride and acknowledge this year's distinguished awardees, Professor C. Rajkumar, sir, and Professor G.S. Vajpayee jointly. Their exemplary leadership, scholarship, unwavering and commitment to advance legal education truly reflects the ideas and vision that my father stood for. For information of everyone present, I would like to mention that the eminent jury for 2025, this time, the selection comprised of Honorable Justice A.K. Sikri of Supreme Court of India, Padam Shri Professor Utpendra Bakshi sir, an esteemed senior most law professor, and Professor Jaiswal himself. This occasion is not only about honoring excellence, but also about reaffirming our collective commitment to the enduring values of knowledge and integrity and the service to the society. And I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta sir for gracing this occasion for second time. If he remembers, he had earlier honored us in 2022 during the publication of Fastics on my father, Professor Bansali, in Jodhpur, and we are deeply privileged to have him with us again today. I also extend my sincere thanks to all of our distinguished guests, advisory panel members, and participants for being part of this occasion, for supporting this noble initiative. Now let us come together to celebrate excellence in law, honor the legacy of my father, and inspire future generations. I would like to end this with a small poem to welcome you. गुलशन में बहार तो आती ही रहती है, पर विद्वानों से महफिल कभी कभी सस्ती है. आज कानून के दिग्गजों से ये आंगन निहाल है, आप सबका यहाँ आना हमारे लिए मिसाल है.
Thank you, sir. And now, respected Galtarians, the felicitation is yet not over. So may I request the grandson of Professor Bhansali, Shri Varun Bhansali ji, as well as Suresh Bhansali ji, who is the son of Professor S.R. Bhansali, to please come up on stage and felicitate our awardees by presenting the shawl to them. And then we'll move on to the conferment of the award thereafter. Also, I request Advocate Dr. Ramlal Sutidharji, who has brought with him the Rudraksh Mala, to present the same to the awardees, please. Sir. So, yeah, I request Varunji to read out the citation here, please.
So Professor Dr. S.R. Bansali's second National Award for Excellence in Law, in the honor of award winner Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, who is founding Vice Chancellor O.P. Jindal Global University and founding Dean Jindal Global Law School. In recognition of your extraordinary contributions to legal education and yeoman services to the nation through the establishment of O.P. Jindal Global University, a premier institution imparting legal knowledge in the country, which has been declared as an institution of eminence by the Government of India, India's first constitutional museum and rights and the Freedom Academy, world's largest mooting hall and academy, India International Mooting Academy for advocacy, negotiation, dispute, education, attribution and resolution, which is Imandar, and for promoting national missions through various campus initiatives, we bestow you with this award. Your indefatigable will, tireless efforts, and undying spirit have taken Jindal Global Law School and JGU to global rankings. Today, JGLS stands ranked the #1 law school in India for 6 consecutive times and within the range of 70th and 80th globally by the distinguished global ranking agency. These efforts and the results thereof align with the vision of the Prime Minister to elevate Indian universities to global rankings. Your relentless pursuit of excellence has yielded rich results for the nation. Educated at Harvard University, Oxford University, the University of Hong Kong, Delhi University, and the University of Madras, you brought rich experience and profound vision to every initiative of yours. Under your global leadership, JGU become a site of global mobility, production of knowledge, nation building, and intense socialization through ideas. You remain passionate for the nation and invested faith in the Constitution edifice. Your contribution to civic education by establishing India's first Constitution Museum is commendable. This certificate of recognition and honor is presented to Professor C. Rajkumar at this award ceremony. Let's have a great round of applause for him. I request Justice Sandeep Mehta, sir, to give the honors. And I request Justice M.R. Shah to give the check as well, and to Dr. Anil Bansali and Suresh Bansali as well. And the second award goes to Senior Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai. Joint award, yeah. The Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Delhi, in recognition of outstanding achievements, extraordinary dedication, leadership, scholarly contributions, and unwavering commitment to excellence in law, Senior Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai, presently Vice Chancellor, National Law University, Delhi, honored and hereby conferred with the second Professor S.R. Bansali National Award for Excellence in Law, which carries a cash prize of Rs 50,000, citation, and a plaque of honor. With more than 30 years of professional experience as an author, researcher, teacher, and administrator, he has previously served as a Vice Chancellor at Rajiv Gandhi National Law University of Law, Punjab, Registrar, National Law University, Delhi. He has also served as Professor of Criminology and Criminal Justice, Chair Professor at KL Arora Chair in Criminal Law, and Chairperson of the Center of Criminology and Victimology at National Law University, Delhi. He has also served as Professor Development and Chairperson at the Center of Criminal Justice Administration, National Law University, Bhopal. He has served as convener of the Committee for Reforms in Criminal Law set up by the Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, tasked with the spearheading historic reforms in criminal law of India. The Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, has nominated Professor G.S. Bajpai as a member of the committee for the conferring statutory status to the right to repair under the statutory framework for the Consumer Protection Act 2019. Professor Bajpai is also the nominated member of the Delhi Legal Services Committee of the High Court of Delhi, member of the Advisory Board for Development of Legal Education and Legal Profession of the Bar Council of India, member of the Standing Committee of the Legal Education Committee of the Bar Council of India, and also a member of the Expert Committee of the UGC to frame guidelines for the introducing the course on law for holistic and multidisciplinary education. Professor Bajpai has been designated a distinguished visiting professor at the West Bengal National University for Juridical Sciences, Kolkata. He has also held many prestigious international assignments for advanced research in criminal law and criminal justice. He has been conferred with many awards, distinctions, and achievements for his dedication to research and teaching, and that is why the joint award goes to Senior Professor Dr. G.S. Bajpai. Let's have a great round of applause for him. Thank you. So I request everybody, the eminent jury and Justice Sandeep Mehta, Justice Shah, to please give him the award.
Thank you. And I also request at the same time Dr. Anil Bansali to present the check of 50,000 INR each to Professor Bajpai and Professor Rajkumar. Sure, sure. Okay.
Actually, this award is worth 1 lakh rupees. Last time it was given to Professor Paranjit Jaswal, as the jury found only him to be the suitable and deserving. This time we had a very difficult time. Professor Upendra Bakshi and Professor Jaswal and Professor Honorable Justice Sikri, they were of the opinion that we find two people, two experts for this award. I consulted Dr. Anil Bansali. He said we have to divide the money because our corpus is 1 lakh rupees. So would they agree to accept 50,000? I said they are not. They have not nominated. In fact, we requested them to. We requested their colleagues to nominate. So don't worry about the money, but let the jury decide. And finally, the award was given jointly to Professor Rajkumar and Professor. Then I requested both of them, said it is not to be requested. It is an honor for us. So that jury has selected us. And I said we have to bifurcate the amount. He said that is not the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Congratulations to Professor Rajkumar as well as Professor Bajpai. And now I request Professor Dr. Paramjeet S. Jaswal, sir, who was an esteemed jury member, to say a few words about the selection process. So, please.
Thank you very much. I will not hold you for a longer time, otherwise you will accuse me of violating your basic human right to your tea or food. As Professor Bhandari has already mentioned, that about the selection, part of the selection process. In fact, I pay my obeisance to Professor S.R. Bhansali ji, in whose memory the family has created this trust. And I was lucky winner for the first award on 17th of February 2024. The selection process, which has been followed both the times, in 2024 and 2026, is the same. The trust, the managing trustee is Dr. Anil Bhandari ji, who is the son of Professor S.R. Bansali. They nominated Professor M.K. Bhandari to be the coordinator to invite the nomination from all over the country, for which judges, academicians, lawyers, even the law firms, they were all entitled to participate by self-nominating, or anybody could nominate anybody, and their credentials were asked to be sent to Professor M.K. Bhandari. Professor M.K. Bhandari, as you have seen, is so meticulous in cataloging the entire data that no team would find any difficulty in analyzing the data and selecting the ultimate award winner. In our time, for the second award, which was chaired by Honorable Mr. Justice Sikri, and other member were Professor Upendra Bakshi ji, and I was also there as a third member. The data was presented to us, in which the judges, lawyers, academicians, self-nominated people, as well as other nominated people, they were there. And in the first meeting itself, it is decided what are the parameters for selection. This time we had 8 parameters to begin with, which we in the second meeting shortlisted to 5 parameters for the selection award, which included the contribution of the individual in the development of law, research, in the development of the institution, etc. So there were 5 parameters. And it was not just, I would like to, this is very important, one of the parameters, it was not just the number of books or number of articles one has written. That is one of the criteria, but the quality, the emphasis was on quality. And the most important point in the selection process was that we all had the meeting, which was convened by Professor Bhandari. Dr. Anil Bhansali, who is the managing trustee of the trust, he participated himself in all the meeting, but did not interfere even by speaking a single word who should be selected or who should not be selected. It was totally, the discretion was with the jury, which I told you consisted of 3 persons. We had, I think, 5 to 7 meetings in which whatever we used to ask Professor Bhandari, give us this information. Even in some cases, more information was called from the candidate who had been nominated. Initially, we shortlisted 15 candidates in the first round. From 15, we came to 10, from 10 to 5, and at 5, there was a lot of discussion. Now, who should be selected and who not, and there was a tie between the two. But let me place it on record openly. It was absolutely a unanimous decision of the jury, in which neither Professor Bhandari sided with anybody. He said, I leave it to jury, nor Dr. Anil Bhansali, he said anything. It was the unanimous decision, and I'm indeed very grateful that the jury was headed by my own chancellor once upon a time, Justice Sikri. I have had the opportunity to work under him as a vice chancellor, and of course, Professor Bakshi, we all know he is a teacher of teachers. So thank you once again, and I take this opportunity in the end to congratulate Professor C. Rajkumar and Professor G.S. Bajpai for being the joint winner of the second S.R. Bhansali Award for Excellence in Law. It amounts to a great honor. God bless you, both of you. It is not just by the jury. The Justice Sikri in his address online said, I hope the audience will appreciate the award. I'll just give you one factual information. In India, we have more than 1,700 law school and law institution. Law schools are 26, other law department and institution. Out of the 1,700 law institution, only 3 institutions have been ranked higher in QS ranking recently in 2026. And these 2 award winners are heading those institutions out of the 3. So that testifies that the selection done by the jury is actually to those people who have contributed in law, in excellence of law, and in building the institution. Thank you so much. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And now I request the awardees, first Professor Rajkumar and then Professor Bajpai, to speak a few words to us.
A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to recognize the presence of Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta, Judge Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice Shah, former Judge Supreme Court of India, and of course, Justice Sivaraj, Judge of the Karnataka High Court. I must say that I've had the privilege of listening to so many speeches on the intersection of law and technology. And what we heard today from Justice Mehta was one of the most powerful, compelling, and truly transformative speeches that actually sets the agenda for the future governance of law and technology. So let me take this opportunity to thank you, sir, for saying what you said. It is not often when we hear a judge of the Supreme Court of India being so candid about the challenges associated with artificial intelligence and the future of law and regulation. I also want to take this moment to thank Professor Bhandari for the leadership of GALTER, and indeed this extraordinarily significant conference that the world is looking to learn in terms of the debates and discussions that are being undertaken. India just had the Global AI Summit, and this is also part of that conversation itself. I want to come to the award itself. It's a true honor and a privilege for me to accept this extraordinary award in the form of a tribute to Professor Bhansali. We, in many ways, the kind of contribution that Professor Bhansali has done, in many ways it's a great honor for me and Professor Bajpai to receive this award. I accept this award with all humility on behalf of the 16,000 students of O.P. Jindal Global University, the 4,000 faculty members and staff of our university, because a recognition of this kind simply would not have been possible but for the extraordinary contribution of our entire university community. Today is also a day of gratitude, and I think the gratitude began with the recognition of Professor Bandari, of his own professor, Professor Bansali. These are values that are imbibed by people of great eminence. And so when he talked about his professor and how Professor Bansali shaped the life and indeed the evolution of law and mentored Professor Bandari, that is a recognition of gratitude. When Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta spoke about the contribution of Professor Bandari in his life as a teacher, as a professor, as a mentor, it is also a reflection and celebration of the idea of gratitude. One of the remarkable or rather adverse potential consequence of a reliance of technology and AI in the world is that this humanistic aspect of what we are witnessing today, when values such as gratitude is brought to the center stage of humanity, we run the risk of losing that, and that is why we need to remember the words of Justice Mehta when he talked about the need for protecting the humanistic character of our existence, even in the age of artificial intelligence. I also want to take this moment to thank the trust and the faith reposed by the jury members, Honorable Justice Arjun Sikri, Professor Rupendra Baxi, and Professor Jaiswal. It's truly humbling, and that they thought it's appropriate for both of us to receive this award. I'm deeply grateful to this recognition. Thank you so much, the jury members. I also want to take this moment to thank my teachers, my professors, my mentors. In the last several years, I lost two of them, Professor Mahendra Pal Singh, MP Singh, who was my teacher and mentor, and also Professor Parmanand Singh. Both of them were my teachers and mentors at the Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, University of Delhi. I also want to thank Professor B.B. Pandey. Three of them shaped my own imagination of law and created an extraordinary opportunity for young people like me to believe in the idea of law, to believe in the potential of law, and believe in the transformative power of law. I am deeply grateful to all three of them for what they did to shape my imagination for law. I also want to thank Professor N.R. Madhava Menon, who shaped the idea of legal education for me and inspired generations of individuals like me to believe in the cause of legal education. And I want to pay tribute to all those four individuals who have been my teachers and mentors. I want to take this moment to thank my parents, Professor Dr. Chokkalingam, who used to be a professor of criminology and in the Madras University and later became Vice Chancellor, my mother, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. Both of them instilled me early on the values and belief in the faith in the power of education and also to have intellectual integrity and rectitude. I'm grateful to both of them for those early values that was instilled in me. I am deeply grateful to my wife, Pratibha Jain, and my children, Abhimanyu and Avantika, in the professional life that I've led. I've had very little time for the three of them, but they have constantly accepted that and forgiven me for my absence when I was busy doing other things. This is a moment for me to extend my deep gratitude to my parents and my wife and my kids as well. I also want to thank Shri H.R. Bharadwaj, who used to be India's law minister. It was I discussed first the idea of establishing a global university and global law school in India. He introduced me to an Indian benefactor and a philanthropist, my chancellor, Mr. Naveen Jindal. I met him on 31st October 2006, spent a year persuading Mr. Jindal to do three things. One, to make a substantial financial commitment. Second, to do it in a not-for-profit manner. And third, to give me the academic freedom and autonomy and independence. I am deeply grateful to Mr. Naveen Jindal for not only contributing more than 4,000 crores to establish this university, but maintaining academic freedom and autonomy that has enabled us to build this university. I am deeply grateful to him for his continued encouragement, support, and inspiration in the cause of institution building for nation building. Lastly, I want to thank the wider community of legal educators, many of whom are present here, including the Galter family, which has been part of an effort to create excellence in law. I'm deeply grateful to several of my faculty members and students and staff, three of whom are present here, Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam, Professor Srijit, Professor Anand Prakash Mishra, and countless other individuals who have played a very significant role in the journey that I had resulted in what has been bestowed upon me. In closing, I'm a relatively younger person. I am deeply grateful to Professor Bajpai to share this recognition with me. It's a true honor that somebody like me who's relatively young in this journey of both legal education and research has been recognized by the institution. I'm deeply grateful to everybody who has been involved in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Professor Bajpai, may I request you to speak a few words?
My tribute to Professor Bhansali, in whose memory this extraordinary award has been instituted, and I'm grateful being identified as one of the recipients. I'm sharing this award with my very dear friend, Professor Raj. It's my absolute honor to recognize the gracious presence of Honorable Mr. Justice Sandeep Mehta ji here, and Mr. Shah, Justice Suraj, and I'm equally thankful to the jury members of this very important panel responsible for the identification of the awardees, consisting of Professor Bakshi, Justice Sikri, and Professor Jaswal. Friends, at the beginning, I accept this award with all humility, as I consider it to be my distinct privilege to receive this second Professor Dr. S.R. Bhansali National Award for Excellence in Law, to be associated with the legacy of Professor Bhansali, a man whose vision, scholarship, and commitment to institution building shaped the very landscape of our legal fraternity with immense honor. In this recognition, I see many faces of mentors, of students, of shared journeys and spaces. I thank you all with humility, steady and true, for the faith you place in me, what I must continue to do. The recognition is deeply personal, as it validates a professional journey of my own academic journey of more than 35 years. And when I look back, as Raj has also said, as a teacher, I believe in two things only. That for every recognition is meant for making you feel more and more grateful to a number of things which have been responsible for your own creation, your own imagination. And I consider these awards as a very important reminder of the fact that your journey has been contributed by a number of people in different ways, in different shapes, in different manners. And it is very difficult to count all those faceless, those unknown people who have actually shaped your imagination. I can look back and find thousands of students whom I have taught in the last 30, 40 years. And I find that many of them have become even judges at many places, or officers. When they recognize something, then it is a true honor. And in terms of any recognition of this stature, I feel this recognition is also a reminder because you are noticed through these recognition. And when you are noticed, you become conscious. You become conscious of the fact that your journey is not yet over. You have more and more to contribute. You have a long way to go. And therefore, I consider that in my journey, it has taken me through the corridors of state and central governments, where I have worked in the heart of many state and central universities, where I have worked in 3 national law universities, where I have worked. And when I look at this award, I also feel that I recall my days of making long stretches of inquiry and sustained efforts which has taken shape in numerous books, substantial body of work, research, teaching, and along the way it has meant shaping conversations around criminal justice policy or through the dialogues and discussions in the field of law and making the things happen in multiple ways. But as Professor Jaswal was saying, that it's not simply an individual contribution or achievement for which you are generally identified for such kind of recognition. It is about your contributions to the institution building. Raj would agree that after becoming Vice Chancellor, we have changed. We don't think in individual terms. Our thinking has become very, very institutional. So whenever we think in terms of institution. And I'm very happy to say that this particular award acknowledges my effort in consolidating the National Law University where I worked, and I consider it a place which has given so much to me. And I really recall the days when Professor Ranveer Singh, who was the founder Vice Chancellor of that university, I came to deliver a lecture in that university. I was teaching in the National Law University in Bhopal. And I remember Douglas Velouf was a very noted criminal law scholar. I was sharing dais with him on that particular day. And I was speaking on the dais, and Professor Ranveer Singh called me in his chamber that, would you mind joining us? We are expanding this university. I didn't have much to say because I thought that the National Law University Delhi would be a great place to be. And I accepted. And that acceptance has actually transformed a number of things. The rest is the history. And the journey continued. And I believe that around those days, you know, the National Law University people and law teachers, they have said many things to me that no, this is not going to work. मैंने उनसे एक शेर कहा था, मुझे शेर अभी भी याद आ रहा है, वो मैं I will share with you. मैंने उनसे कहा था कि तुम मेरे बारे में कोई राय कायम न करना, तुम मेरे बारे में कोई राय कायम न करना, कल मेरा वक्त बदल जाएगा, कल तुम्हारी राय बदल जाएगी. So I believe that my efforts in consolidating National Law University, as was mentioned, not only in terms of this university, which is very young, and I owe a lot to Professor Ranveer Singh, who founded it, and we worked together. I served 7 years as registrar when he was there for 10 years as Vice Chancellor. And around those days, this university, which was set up simply in 2008, we came very forcefully in the NIRF ranking at number 2. And consecutively, for last 8 years, we have been ranking at number 2. A university of less than 15 years of existence in this month has broke into the QS ranking with the rank of 2 to 3, might be 2% of all the universities that are globally there. And mind you, National Law University is only a single discipline university, which is competing with multi-discipline university. So I consider it the contribution of a number of people, the faculty members, the student of National Law University, 2 of the faculty were on my right, Aparajita is my colleague, Professor Bharti is sitting, and a lot of people. So I profoundly humbled that this selection comes from such a extraordinary jury panel consisting of very, very extraordinary people, and this award is a very important achievement which I dedicate to all the people who have shaped my journey. As I look forward, this honor serves as a mandate. It strengthens my resolve to continue advancing legal scholarship and ensuring that our legal institutions remain beacons of excellence and justice. So thank you, Professor Uchav Kanwar Bhansali Educational and Charitable Trust. I take this opportunity to thank the family members of Professor Bhansali, Mr. Suresh and Dr. Anil, and of course the architect of this entire arrangement, Professor Bhandari. If I do not speak about Professor Bhandari, it would be little, improper. I haven't seen someone, I'm moved by the energy of 3 people so hugely as far as this fraternity is concerned. First is, of course, we were discussing Professor Bakshi. I'm clueless that how a person at 90 plus age is able to understand cloud and anthropic and what are the debate and discussion. Extraordinary, superb. I mean, his brain has to be researched and studied very carefully. And I am worried that how we should retain, and I am, Prajita will bear me out, that I am reading these days, the people are trying to upload the brain also for the purpose of, I don't know if it is possible. So he is one person whose, energy always inspire me. Second, of course, when I met Professor Bhandari, I have been saying to all the colleagues that it's difficult to remain so active and to run this kind of platform. I salute you, sir, for your, selfless. This is a selfless contribution, and this country is so beautiful because of person like Professor Bakshi or Professor Bhandari. And of course, third is my younger friend, but before that I must remember, he was remembering my teacher, and our teachers are common. My legal imagination was also greatly shaped by Professor B.B. Pandey later on. But my true mentor was the father of Raj, Professor K. Chokulingam. I haven't seen somebody so disciplined, so dedicated, and he still keep loving me so much that he is always aware that what I am doing. And I owe and dedicate and respect so much to him for a variety of reasons, for his constant guidance at number of occasions. And of course, Professor V.V. Pandey and Professor Madhava Menon, whose presence and whose influence is so overpowering for all of us. And last but not least, I understand that Professor Raj is also a very icon and beacon of that, constant energy and dynamism, which is so inspiring for young friends to show the path that the things are possible. And I'm very happy that I'm sharing this award with you. And I thank you for this honor, deeply felt, but it is a mirror more than a medal held. It shows not just what I stand today, but how much further I must go from here. And I believe that these conversation and these, occasions will guide us so much, because in all my conversation, and I always say, and these awards are also carrying the same message, that message is very beautiful. This is only two-word message: be teachable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Sure, sir.
प्रोफेसर भंडारी की सक्सेस के पीछे जो पर्दे के पीछे शोभा भंडारी जी का रोल है, उसके लिए तालियां।
Wow, it's mesmerizing. I don't know. I've just lost track of it. But Bajpayee Sahib, I would quote him today, right now. Journey abhi bhi baki hai. It's yet remaining, and abhi bhi aapko hame guide karna hai. It's a long way to go. Many more miles to travel. Sure.
My wife is sitting before me. I cannot afford to forget her contribution. This would be to. So thank you, Viva, for all the time supporting. As we in this profession, what happens generally, our absence becomes too often, and bearing with me and bearing with all kinds of engagements, which deprived me for not being there for so many times, so many occasions. Thank you so much.
I have one thing I forgot to mention. My friend Justice Michael Wilson, former Judge, Supreme Court of Hawaii. Justice Wilson retired from the Supreme Court of Hawaii and literally moved to India, and now is teaching on our campus. A truly remarkable individual. So, and since everybody is giving couplets and poetry, now I am from Kanyakumari. I cannot even read or write Hindi, but I can speak and understand Hindi. So I'm going to give one Hindi couplet which always inspired me. हजारों ख्वाहिशें ऐसी कि हर ख्वाहिश में दम निकला, बहुत निकले मेरे अरमान लेकिन फिर भी कम निकला.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the crux being more power to women. So, Professor Bhandari and Mrs. Bajpayee and Mrs. Rajkumar, and more power to women. I think it's because of the women power behind you that we see you receiving these awards today. And of course, we seek to get more guidance and more mentorship from you always. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now it's a pleasure to share here that today is also the occasion to confer the award of GALTER membership on Honorable Justice M.R. Shah. So for that, I request Professor Bhandari to kindly present the GALTER membership, the shawl as well as the souvenir to Justice M.R. Shah. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Thank you, thank you. It's a great honor for us that now Justice Shah is also a Galtarian. Thank you so much. And now finally, moving towards the last section of the award function, it's time to announce the Best Galtarian Award for the year 2026. It's a great pleasure for me to announce that the Best Galtarian Award for this year, for the relentless hard work, dedication and commitment towards Galter, goes to Shri Pushpendra Dikshit and Ms. Priyanka Bedanath. Please put your hands together for Pushpendra ji and Priyanka. Please come up on the stage, join us on the stage. And may I request Honorable Justice Sandeep Mehta and Honorable Justice M.R. Shah to present the Best Galtarian Award to them. This is inspiring for other Galtarians also for the next year.
This award carries the extension of the Galter membership for next 5 years. We don't have adequate funds and we don't measure the award in terms of the money. So this is a citation, set of books, and extension of the 5 years membership whenever the membership expires. Compliment.
Priyanka, please come.
They are the strength people behind me, not rather behind me, in front of me.
The Best Galtarian Award also goes to Ms. Priyanka Bedanath. It's a mark of their recognition for their commitment and services towards the promotion, vision and mission of Galter. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, just 2 minutes. Sir. Thank you so much. And now as we conclude this prodigious and remarkable award ceremony, I request Shri Suresh Bhansali ji to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I express my heartfelt gratitude to God for blessing me the parents like late Professor S.R. Bhansali and late Srimati Uchap Kaur Bhansali, whose values and vision continue to guide us. It is my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion of the conferment of awards by the Managing Trustee of the late Professor Dr. S.R. Bhansali and late Srimati Uchap Kaur Bhansali Family Trust. I extend my sincere gratitude to Honorable Justice, esteemed Judge of Supreme Court of India, for graciously accepting the invitation to be the chief guest. I also express my deep appreciation to Justice M.R. Shah, former Judge of Supreme Court of India, and Justice Suraj Govindraj, sitting Judge of the Karnataka High Court, for their esteemed presence. Their participation greatly enhanced the great and prestige of the function. At the outset, I extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed dignitaries whose presence has truly elevated this event. We are profoundly honored by the gracious acceptance of the Honorable Justice A.R. Sikri to serve as the jury member. His distinguished contribution to the judiciary continue to inspire generations. I express my sincere thanks to Padam Shri Professor Upendra Bakshi, jury member, an eminent jurist and academician whose remarkable work in the field of law and legal education has left an indelible mark not only in the India but globally. I also extend my heartfelt appreciation to just jury member Professor Dr. Paramjit S. Jaswal, a distinguished academic leader and the first recipient of the Professor Dr. S.R. Bansali National Award. Your presence today adds immense value and inspiration to the gathering. We take great pride in honoring our awardees, Senior Professor Dr. G.S. Vajpayee and Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, whose outstanding contribution to legal education and scholarship exemplify excellence and dedication. I would also like to place on record our sincere thanks to all the respected jury members for their thoughtful evaluation and selection, ensuring that the awards uphold the highest standard of merit and integrity. A very special note of thanks to Professor Mahendra Kumar Bhandari for his invaluable guidance, support and contribution in making this event grand success. Your efforts and commitment has been truly instrumental. I also extend my appreciation to all the dignitaries present, participants and awardees for gracious an occasion and making it memorable. Lastly, I thank everyone who would behind the scene, organizer, coordinator and support staff whose tireless efforts ensure the smooth conduct of the event. With this, I conclude the vote of thanks. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the conclusion of the inaugural ceremony. May I request everyone to rise for the national anthem, please? Can we please play the national anthem?
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you very much. Thank you, each one of you. And now please join us for the tea. We'll have a short break of 15 minutes, strictly 15 minutes on my request for tea. And then we'll start with the plenary session number 5 in this.
Are in corporate, regulatory and cross-border legal frameworks. So may I request Abhay to please come and start with their session and enlighten us.
Hello, hello. Is working? I think so. Hello.
Yeah, I think it's working.
Maybe we can just
Excuse me, it's not
increase
working.
No, it is working, but I think
Just say.
it's on from here.
Yeah. No, it's not on.
It is on.
You have to be there as a co-chair. Sir, from this side. Sir, from that side.
Hello. Yeah, much better.
Yeah.
Hello. It's
Yeah,
working. Sorry.
It is. That's fine. Are we?
Yeah, you can start.
Okay. Are we not waiting for anybody else to join in?
So I'll ask more people to come.
Okay. No, I'm saying the panel.
Panel, chair and co-chair. They are there.
Perfect.
Dr. Bhaskar and Rishina ma'am as well.
Sure.
Okay.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I know it's always difficult to bring people together after a nice lunch. And so I'll just request everyone just to stay awake for like 10 minutes till my session gets over, and then you're all free to take a quick nap. Jokes apart, so my name is Abhay Joshi. I'm a partner with a law firm called Economic Laws Practice. I know I've been given a very specific time. I had prepared a presentation, but what I'm going to do is that not stick to the presentation given the limited amount of time we have. I practice competition law and antitrust law as well as DPDP law, which is data privacy, which is a fairly new law in this country. As a privacy as a concept, and what we are here to talk about today is most touch upon the fundamental issues relating to the new latest the legislation in the space of data privacy, which is called the DPDP Act of 2023, Digital Personal Data Protection Act. Now the privacy as a concept is not new, but privacy, the meaning and relevance of privacy has changed a lot over the years, especially in the given the digital age that we are living in, the technology age that we are living in. And it's sort of getting more difficult for people to sort of understand how their data is being utilized, where their data is accessing. We all as a generation consume a lot of data. We share a lot of data, but we do not know where that data is going and how is that data being utilized. Now, there was a very landmark event in this area, which was when Supreme Court of India recognized the right to privacy as a fundamental right, leading up to the enactment of the DPDP Act of 2023. But even in 2023, the act was not put in force. Now, it was in November 13th of 2025 when the government decided to put a timeline on its enforcement, on putting the law in force, and given a timeline of 18 months from 13th of May 2020, by 27th May, by May 2027, the entire DPDP framework is going to be in full force. So that means the way businesses consume data, the way businesses gather data, the way businesses process data is going to change. And how it is going to change, we'll look into that. First of all, I would like to sort of touch upon a few important concepts in terms of what this law is all about. So now the name itself suggests that the law deals with digital personal data, which means any personal data which is in digital domain, which is digitized. So if any data which is personal data but is in physical form, it's been noted down on a notebook, in a notebook or a piece of paper, the law does not apply. But once that data is digitized, the law kicks in. So as the name suggests, the law is here to protect the privacy of individual, the personal information which is revolving around across systems in digital form. Now, there are two important principles on which this law is modeled. The first principle is data minimization, which means collect only that data which is required. Minimize your data collection. Do not collect data mindlessly. The second principle is purpose limitation, which means whatever data you are collecting, the processing of that data should be purpose driven. So you are going to utilize the data only for the purposes for which it was collected, for which the consent was given to you. Now, if you understand these two principles, you will be able to get the basic nuances of the DPDP Act. Now, let's look at in which cases does this law apply. If any business is utilizing processing data in this country, the law is going to apply. Or if the processing is taking place outside of India, in connection with provision of goods and services in India, the law will still apply. So as long as there is an India nexus, in respect of processing of digital personal data, the law will apply to you. And that is going to change how businesses are going to be collecting and processing your data after 13th May 2027. Now there are let's touch upon some basic fundamental concepts. To understand this law, I think it's important to understand who the important stakeholders in this law are. There are three most important stakeholders. First, the data principals, which are the data subjects, which are no one but the natural persons, individuals like you and me, to whom the data belongs. The second are data fiduciary. Data fiduciaries are those entities, those businesses who determine the mean and purpose for which the data is going to be processed, which means the person who is going to decide how and why your data is going to be processed. The third important stakeholder is the data processor. These data processors are no one other than the people who are going to be processing data on behalf of data fiduciaries. Now, data processors are important, but the most important person, the stakeholder in this context, is the data fiduciary, because the entire compliance burden, the obligations, the liabilities fall upon the data fiduciaries. So if you're a data fiduciary, this law becomes really, really important for you. Now, what is personal? Let's understand what is personal information. Now, personal information, it's very easy to identify any part of information, any kind of information through which you can identify a person. It could be a name of the person, it could be your Aadhaar number, it could be your telephone number, it could be your email address. But let's say if my name is Abhay, there could be 100 other Abhays. But how do you identify? But if you read my name in context of my phone number, then you would be able to identify me. My medical records in itself may not amount to personal data, but when my medical records are read in context of my name, they become personally identifiable information. Second important concept in terms of the data privacy is the processing of data. And it's very important to understand what processing actually means. Processing of personal information means. Processing means it's been very, very widely defined under the law. It starts from the time you collect the information. So collection of information, processing of information, deletion of information, and so on would amount to processing. So that means your rights as data principals and the obligations on data fiduciaries kick in right at the time when the data is being collected from you and not after. And what it means now is that going forward, before your data is processed, there are series of compliances that will have to be taken care of by all data fiduciaries. And I'm going to briefly touch upon and give you a very broad overview of what these compliances look like. And in order to understand these compliances and obligations, it would be easier if you understand them in context of the rights that have been bestowed upon you and me as a data principal. Now, as a data principal, the first and foremost important right is that I have a right to give or deny consent. And that means there is a consequent responsibility on you as a data fiduciary that before you process my information, even before you collect it, you seek a valid consent in accordance with the provisions of the law. Second, once you have collected the consent, it's not the end of the story. You have to manage that consent for as long as my personal data sits in your system. Second, having necessary safeguards and systems in place. What does it mean? It means you have to have reasonable protocols, both legal, from a legal perspective as well as technology perspective. So compliances under this law are not just legal, but they are techno-legal in nature. That means you have to have safeguards, protocols, and you have to integrate them into your system so that the information, personal information that is sitting in your system is safeguarded. The potential of a data breach is minimized. Third, my right is to withdraw the consent that I have given. So you, as a data fiduciary, will have to make sure that you provide me adequate measures to allow me to withdraw my consent with the same ease that that my consent was taken. Third, you have to make sure that once I withdraw the consent, that I no longer wish you to continue to process my data. You will have to make sure that my data which is lying in your system, the processing stops, and the processing shouldn't just stop at your end. The processing should stop also at the end of data processors with whom you might have shared my data for processing purposes. It could be for any purpose that you may have shared my data outside of your system. Then there are restrictions potentially to transferring the data outside of Indian borders. The law provides that the government of India has the power to come up with a list of countries in which the data processing cannot happen. So for example, if you are processing data, if your data centers are sitting in countries where you see that there may potentially be restrictions from the government of India, you need to be prepared. Your processing activities of personal data, and we are talking about only personal data, cannot happen in those countries. So you will have to therefore bear in mind that how as a business you need to change your systems, not just from a compliance perspective, but also from the perspective of how you were gathering all of this data, what you were using this data for, personal data for. So all this while when we were incessantly collecting a large amount of personal data and utilizing it for targeting, for sending targeted advertisements, for monitoring consumer behavior, etc., may change. Unless you have a consent of the data principal to use process your personal data for those purposes, you will not be able to do it as a business. So for businesses who are largely dependent on usage of personal data to strategize their marketing activities, to sort of reassess their business models, they will have to bear this in mind. And the way you are going to be sharing data after 13th May 2027 is going to change. Your experience, how you interact with businesses, with retail stores, all of that is going to change. I know I have sort of run out of my time, but just wanted to sort of leave you with a thought that after 2027, May 2027, you will get annoyed because a lot of people will be now asking you a lot of information. You will be probably given a screen presented in front of you that first read the notice, give your acceptance, only then we will help you provide our goods and services. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for patiently listening, and I'm happy to take any questions after this.
Thank you. Sorry, let it for at the end of the session. And we have an amazing panel with amazing subjects. Yes. So, okay, let's continue. Sorry.
Thank you, Abhay. It was really nice deliberation, and it's a reminder call for each of us that we are at an inflection point, that many things are changing, and we got to get ready for the new world order, digital world, DPDP, AI, and whatnot. Now I would like to request Dr. Sanchiti. Dr. Sandeep Sanchiti, please excuse me for that. Dr. Sandeep Sanchiti, who is a former president of Association of Indian University, and he has got an illustrious career. I'll just take a minute to quickly, introduce him. He is former Vice Chancellor of SRM Institute of Science and Technology and Manipal University, Jaipur. He is expert in wireless communication and mobile computing, champion of innovation and research-driven learning and global collaboration. I request Dr. Sanchiti to please enlighten us with his word of wisdom. Please, can I get a clicker for slides? Yes, I think.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Professor Bhandari and the entire Galter team for this invitation. Happy to join you for a small session on AI for me for 10 minutes. Over there? Yeah, I can. As has been introduced, I'm a career academic, not necessarily from the law, but certainly from the technology side. And so I'll be sharing my views a little bit on the AI. I've spent 40 years in academic world, but last 2 years I've been promoting more of research. And there, obviously, AI is an obvious component for us to make use of. AI is one which can really catalyze the research very nicely, as we know. help you with literature surveys, help you with problem identification, help you with some of the initial studies, and help you with finding partners and impacts of your research and the funding potential and whatnot. So I think AI possibly is a conjoined twins for me for the research work is what I'd like to say and promote. Yeah. Oops. It's going pretty fast. Okay. भैया slide number 1 पे कर हाँ ठीक. So I actually represent currently the Elsevier, which is one of the topmost publication house of the world in terms of science, technology, and engineering. And we do a lot of AI related things there. Typically top 17 to 18% publications come from Elsevier, and around 28-29% of good citations also come. And you know these things do count for all your QS, THE, NAC, and whatnot, other NIRF rankings and so on and so forth. So anyway, this is just a brief introduction in terms of company. Yeah. So research is, of course, flavor of the time. All of us need to do research, and particularly if country has to do very well. So I would say that it's an age of Asian countries, and Asia is doing extremely well. China is doing very, very well. India is probably number 2 in that series, if you see the black line just below the pink line. But we are still 1/4 of what China is doing. So I think we need to promote our research. The same thing I can possibly say about the field weighted citation index, which is a quality benchmark for what research we do. And once again, we are in the cluster or in the middle where our research is just slightly above what you call the average, not necessarily the best. And therefore, there is a concern, and probably AI can be a tool which can help us. These are some of the challenges when it comes to research. I'm just laying the foundation. I'm not going to describe anything. If you wish, you can possibly see there are lots of issues which are there, but AI can help in most of these elements, whether you're finding that I'm doing self-citations, whether my quality or peer reviewing is poor, whether my data is fabricated. I think everywhere I can possibly use the AI. And therefore, AI is something very important for us. And some of the measurements and indices for research, if you so like, can be citations, publications, inclusion in some of the databases, and all that are given here. And once again, a lot of things will be related to AI. And by the way, all these agencies which I named are using AI very, very extensively right now. I think I've possibly convinced you that, and here is a take that a new young researcher getting into research probably is spending 35% of his time, his or her time, analyzing insights into his own area. So that's the kind of effort which is required, and where AI possibly can do it, and what you do in 6 months possibly can be done in 2-3 days or even a week's time. Something like that is the power. So some of the references, sources of these studies are given, that what's happening in terms of research and what AI possibly can do. Can I say next? Okay. So हाँ कीजिए जो करना आपको कीजिए. We don't have AI for this, by the way. You are doing, or should I do it? Bring your laptop here if it is. Anyway, let me explain you a little bit about AI. Since morning, we have been talking about AI, and I must tell you that what happened 100 years back to us, that we had motors, hydraulics, machines which supplemented our physical power. 100 years down the line, AI has come, which is supplementing our mental power. So it's a very natural progression which we probably needed. When I was a student in 1977 to 82 doing my engineering, I studied about AI, but at that time AI was much ahead of time. It has resurfaced maybe after 45 years, but AI was also in existence for 400 years back In the very initial form, it used to be called as a knowledge-based system. Later, it became expert system. You give an input, it will give you output. And right now, you don't have to give much inputs. You have to just desire what you want, and AI will give you something. So knowledge-based system was nothing but a homeopathy manual. If you see a big manual, and that was a knowledge-based system. So some form of AI was already existing, you can say. So this is what is showing AI for research and innovation is very important. At the bottom, I have given some blue lines which are there. Kya baat hai bhaiya? It's jumping from one to another. Okay. Yeah. So you don't change it, or you want to change it? You will change it? Okay. Okay, go to the next slide now. Okay, so what makes an AI tool fit for research in the eyes of researchers? This is what it is given. Almost every response is more than 58% here you can see, whether it's transparency, safety, security, responsibility and all that. So these are studies which we carry out and which tells that AI is getting put to use nicely. Next one please. Yeah. This was a study done 2 years back where you can see the positives and negatives. On the left side, you have positives, on the right side, negatives. And almost everything is balancing that on one side you are saying it's good, on other side, on other hand you are saying it's bad. These are the kind of response which was there probably 2 years back, but it has changed. So I'll show you some statistics there. Next one. Just a minute before that. Okay. Now this is a change which is there. AI adoption in research has surged to 58%. AI for different purposes has again gone up, and various things which you are trying to see, that are you underprepared, are you prepared for that, is AI a creative force, all those things have been studied. Now some of these studies have been done across the world with more than 3,300 people participating in it and at different levels. So this is how we try to push and promote certain things. Next one please. And these are the current perceptions of AI tools. This report is also fairly recent, and the references have been given at the bottom. So AI can save time, give me more choices, empower me more, various other things which are there, except that it's not trustworthy. Right now you cannot trust, because I can write a story today that I'd gone to moon and I found water there, and tomorrow you search in AI and it will tell Sandeep Sancheti has said so and so. So it will hallucinate, it will give you wrong answers. So trustworthiness obviously is a compromise, and also ethically developed because the biases remain. So those challenges are there. Next one. Next slide please. Yeah, researchers' current and future use of AI, where AI can be used possibly, are all listed out here. For example, the biggest thing is summarization. So for me, I'm a technologist, I must say that the real use of AI is going to be in the research as well as in the legal domain. As a head of the institution, I'll get a lot of legal notices sometimes, or maybe judgments which may be 30, 40 pages, whatever it may be. For me to understand that would be difficult, but with the use of AI, I can get a 1 or 2 page summary. So summarization is sitting at the top in terms of what is there, and in terms of future uses, you can possibly see what is there. So these are the kind of activities a researcher can possibly use with the help of AI. All right, next one. This is top 10 expectations of AI tool in next 2 to 3 years. What should it do? Save my time or increase my quality of work, and so on and so forth. So these are the assessments, and some of the pointers which I have given to you here are specifying which country or which region is saying that. So you'll possibly find that when it comes to Asian regions, saving my time is the most important. But rest of the time, you'll find the Middle East has become suddenly very popular and savvy to what you call AI. Middle East is rising very, very strongly in terms of what you call the use of AI. So just give me a minute. That's fine. Okay. So next one, please. I'll take the last slide and then I'll come to conclusion. Keep it there. Keep it there. Last slide. Yeah, so this is using a general purpose AI. I'm not criticizing the general purpose AI, whether it's ChatGPT or Copilot or anything, but for research, they are not applicable because they don't have the research databases to give you qualified answer. They can give you the hallucinations. Next one. And this is again says that something like through AI, it has been found that around 20% of citations were fabricated. We have a special judgment which came 3 months back, which said that even the quoted cases were also fabricated by AI. Citations were obviously wrong. So there are certain challenges which are there. Next slide, please. Okay, leave it. Next. Next. So here it is basically, my company also works, many other companies also work. So they have what you call the built-in things for the researchers with the huge database. For example, our Scopus has more than 105 million qualified peer-reviewed data things which are there. So that those things help you with the research element. Next. And most of these things are becoming publisher neutral. Whether Elsevier does or Kluwer does or Taylor and Francis does, they take each their support and then they quote other things. This I'll probably omit. This is a very recent, just last week's release of the US presidents, the top brass of the US, that what do they think in terms of what is the use or growth of AI and so on and so forth. So how the things have changed from 24 to 25 to 26, you can possibly see yellow and orange being more optimistic and the others being less optimistic. So these are some of the recent results of the last week only. Next one. Next. Next. So these are some of the points, how things are changing. Next. And with that, probably this is the last slide. So presidents on how their institutions is using by the survey year, that how things are changing. An interesting read in this conclusion in this is, everyone thinks that my institution is doing very well, but others are not doing. So when you see the overall picture of what is happening in the AI space, you don't get a very rosy thing in terms of users. But when you see that my individual institution, I certainly give a very good rosy picture. No, I'm fine. I'm doing very well. So these kind of inferences which you can draw from the AI. And since education is a sector which can make a huge impact on the use and preparedness and the applications of AI, I think if we can do good here, we can do wonders. And in that context, I must say that India is doing well. AI India Impact Summit was a huge success. I attended it for two days. And I think Professor Bhandari also helped do a small event for that as a preparatory event. Thank you so much. With that, I close. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. It's another very interesting point that you have opportunity to explore after. And the next
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Sancheti. I think it was really very thrilling. A famous, quickly famous idiom that unless the lion learns how to write, every story will glorify the hunter. Today we learn that if you don't know how to use AI properly and keep it as a good servant than a bad master, so we must learn that good AI. With this, I take privilege in introducing Group Captain P. Anand Naidu as a next speaker for us. He is former Indian Air Force officer, retired group captain, has more than 30 plus years of experience in service, former additional director general of Prasar Bharati, expertise in cyber security, aviation operations and governance. May we please request group captain to kindly enlighten us. Thank you.
While the slides are coming on, very good afternoon to everyone. I know it is very difficult to be awake after the lunch, and that too nice lunch. All of us are very highly educated, very highly informed people. I make an assumption that we are not prone to be attacked by the cyber criminals. Am I right in my assumption? Yes? None of us here is had any cyber crime incident against him or her? Victim of digital arrest. So I will be speaking for the next 7 minutes, if they permit me, on what as a community building effort we have done as a unique initiative in the world, how we are, take it into the presentation mode, what we have done in India and how we are spreading it in a scalable manner to other countries and training people across. Now, this is a research paper that me and Priyanka has created and submitted. Okay, the left side are the issues. I am not talking about the statistics in terms of crimes. 7,500 crimes are reported every day in India to the NCRB. 7,500 reported. And we know at least 4 times that number is not reported. And out of that 4 times, twice the number is not reported intentionally. They say, no, please don't report, I don't want to report. And the reasons are many. Rapid digital adoption. We have gone Digital India, and why not? We are leaders. We are providing capacity building and knowledge transfer to various countries. We must adopt. But are we adopting the security and safety aspects of it is the thing. What are the main reasons? Greed, speed, and complacency. Greed to make money quickly. Speed, trigger happy, want to press this send button immediately. That's the problem. Complacency. I am not going to be hit. Like in terms of corona, we always thought that our neighbor only will have corona. The wall will stop the corona from coming to my house. And same thing happens, still I am hit by the cybercrime also. And trust you me, all of us have been breached. We have lost our access credentials in some or the other platform. Only thing is, we don't know and we are happy. Most of us don't know and we are happy. That is the complacency that we have. Women, children and elderly are the most prone targets. And the gaming platforms are becoming the biggest preying grounds for all kinds of crimes, whether it is narcotics, sexual offenses, money, of course, yes, grooming for the children, and stalking for the elderly, especially single elderly people. Many of them are not only losing money, they are actually having a lot of troubles. Rural communities, very strangely, there are some communities like in case of Telangana, the rural people are not losing money to cyber financial frauds. The frauds are lesser in terms of rural areas in Telangana because they have done some 6-7 years of complete awareness programs down to the ground, to the block levels and village levels. Now these are the communities that are susceptible as of now, but like we all agree that even highly educated people are also being hit. Now what we have done as the initiative in ISAC Cop Connect is, we have created a community of cyber self-defenders. Out of those self-defenders, some of them become cybercrime intervention officers, and out of those, some of them become the first responders. It's like giving first aid to the person who is falling sick suddenly. We pump him up, call up the ambulance take him to the hospital doctors are treating him. Similarly, when a cybercrime victim is, we know that someone is fallen victim and he is asking us for help, we provide those first few steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, enable him to be able to fight his own case, reach out to the police, and that's what we do, bridging the gap between the victim and the law enforcement agencies. In the last financial year, what we have done is 1,446, these are reported. Double this, they have requested not to report. Especially highly educated people, they say, no, it's okay. We don't want to report. 152 crore worth fraud we have helped in fighting it out, not helped in committing the crime. 25,700 direct beneficiaries from our actions. 2 lakh people have been benefited indirectly, and out of these 2 lakhs, about 70,000 are elderly people through an initiative where we have collaborated with Krish Gopalkrishnan of Infosys fame, his organization, and we have collaborated and we reached out to a large number of people. 227 awareness sessions have been conducted. These are organized awareness sessions where the attendees are more than 50. Otherwise, we conduct awareness sessions even for 5-10 people also if they are ready to come sit with us for half an hour, 45 minutes. We conduct free awareness sessions. 1,100 plus first responders have been trained in the last 1 year. Now, the first responder community is a multidisciplinary community where we have first responders, the cyber psychologists, cyber lawyers, and the forensic experts. Now, cyber lawyers and cyber psychologists and forensic experts come at second stage. First stage is first response. Immediate first aid is what is the objective, and that's what all of us can be. Any one of us can be. Every one of us can be. That's where the maximum gain is there, and especially we have children. We don't understand their language unless we learn what they are speaking, and that's what we do in this AICT approved training certification known as Cybercrime Intervention Officer. Now, this skilling to safety, intervention across the ecosystem, when I said AICT approved cybercrime intervention officer program, we also create a physical space known as cyber wellness center. In some of the cities we have created where there are some crimes which cannot be reported on phone. 1930 and cybercrime.gov.in, we are generally not willing to go and report, especially in cyberbullying, the sexual offenses online, or crimes which have happened long time back, we don't want to report. Now, those are the cases where one can walk into cyber wellness center, discuss, gain confidence of the counselor. Okay, thank you. I'll just, and then report. That's what we do there. Okay. Sustainable cyber resilience requires holistic model. That's exactly what we recommend. Government of India and most of the governments are trying their best. Unfortunately, we are not, from our side as a community, not able to do as much as required to protect ourselves. Let us be the first responders. Let us all be, if not first responders, at least self-defenders. Let us create a kind of an armor around us so that we are not hit. Civil society and academia, of course, the students, we have trained about 600 NCC cadets, and they are from across the country. Similarly, every institution can train their students as self-defenders as well as the first responders. Legal, very essential, because I think morning sessions, most of the discourse was on how legal professionals need to learn the new technologies. I am talking about the bad side of the new technology, how to protect ourselves and to be able to exploit the challenges to be converted to opportunities, especially for the lawyers. Now, these are the things that we
request your conclusion.
Yes, that is the conclusion I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the nice deliberation. I think conclusion is prevention is better than cure, and that holds good even today. Now I would request Shri A.R. Ghanshyam sir, former Indian diplomat. Sir is retired officer of Indian Foreign Services, 1982 batch. Served as High Commissioner to Nigeria and Ambassador to Angola diplomatic assignments across Syria, Nepal, Belgium, etc. Played a key role in IC 814 hijacking negotiations, author and speaker on foreign policy and South Asian affairs. We welcome you, sir, and kindly enlighten us with your words of wisdom.
There is enough light in the hall. I don't need to enlighten everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished members sitting on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. I am not a lawyer. I am not a technologist. I don't know, therefore, why I am here. But there's one person who knows why I'm here, and that is Dr. Bhandari. So it's because of him I am here. What I want to tell you in the next few minutes has got three components. First is the evolution of AI. If you want to understand where AI is going, you should know where it has come from. That's the first point. Second, what is the world doing about it? Is it using it? Is it worried about its negative impact? Etc., etc. That's the second component. Third component, my own hopes, my own fears. I have spent my life, I've crossed the crossroads. For the next generation of young people, what should they think about? That is the last component. First component of the evolution of AI. In 1950, a British mathematician by the name Alan Turing submitted a paper. The seminal question that he asked in that paper is, can machines imitate intelligent human behavior? Can a machine imitate intelligent human behavior? That was the question he asked for the first time in 1950, which is 76 years ago. 6 years after he asked this question, a Professor John McCarthy, who is considered the father of artificial intelligence, he had deliberation among all the scientists and technologists that he could put together in a college called Dartmouth in New Hampshire in the United States. Several days people discussed about it. That is, in that week of discussion about machines replacing humans, the caption artificial intelligence was coined. It was coined in 1956, exactly 70 years ago. After that, this artificial intelligence moved into laboratories and disappeared. For 30, 40 years, nothing happened. It's only towards the end of the last century, things started changing. Come to 1997, the International Business Machines, which is an IBM corporation of the United States, they came out with an artificial intelligence bot, you can call it. It's a computer called Deep Blue. And it was set against Garry Kasparov, who is the reigning chess champion of the world at that time, the grandmaster of chess. The machine bet him up to pulp. That means it can do better than a global champion. 2011, that was 1997, Kasparov's defeat. 2011, there was a new machine which the IBM computers, IBM business machines produced called Watson. Not my dear Watson of Sherlock Holmes, Watson. Watson was pitted against two thoroughbred winners of a quiz show in American television called Jeopardy. And these two people had been constantly winning and they had never lost in that game. The machine, Watson, was put to play against them and it defeated both of them. That happened in 2011. Then come another 11 years later, 2022. That is the year in which the artificial generative intelligence came in. Artificial generative intelligence, what is it? It has a set of data which is being given to it. And this artificial generative intelligence will look at the data and you can convert that data into sound, into movies, into speeches. You can create original content from the existing old content. You know, sometime in the past, last 2-3 years ago, this happened in 2022. Two years ago, I heard a number of speeches given by eminent Americans like Denzel Washington, Oprah Winfrey, Bill Gates, and Barack Obama, talking about the economy of India, the culture of India, the history of India. Our own professors don't know that much of knowledge. These were created by generative intelligence. Suppose I had thought that I will not be able to give this speech because I don't have answers to the questions that you're going to ask. So I'll ask AI, make me a speech to speak for Galter. He'll make a speech for me. I'll read it and then say, okay, this is my photograph. Make it into English language and convert it in for 10 minutes. The machine will do it. And then I'll say, okay, I want this to be understood in the villages of UP, who they don't understand English. He will translate it into Hindi and produce it. That is artificial generative intelligence. This was 2022, not very far away. 2025, the agentic general intelligence, agentic artificial intelligence arrived. What is this agentic artificial intelligence? I'll give you an example. Suppose I am telling a computer, one of the artificial generative intelligence computer, look, I have to send an email to Mr. So-and-so, telling him that I am agreeable for his suggestion on the condition of 1, 2, 3. The machine gets the question, and then it says, sir, you have a meeting at 3 o'clock. If you wait till I draft this message and send it, it may be late. You please carry on with your 3 o'clock appointment. I'll send the email and send it to you on your phone. This is agentic intelligence, artificial intelligence. We have reached here. Now, how does artificial intelligence work? It basically works on 3 components: data, algorithm, and outcome. Data, the larger the amount of data that the computer has, higher the quality of the data, it is a lot of it can be junk in the data. Higher the quality of the data, smarter the algorithms, better and faster will be the outcomes. You can get the best results if you have high quality data and good quality algorithms. Now, in the developmental stage of AI, where is it going? I'm coming to this point. Where is it going now? It has come to narrow, weak AI. The next will be strong AI. That is the next stage. The strong AI is one which will match the capacity of a human. Believe it or not, it has not yet come to us. It's still in the process of making. Deep Blue is working on it from Google. OpenAI, Sam Altman is working. I'm sure the Chinese are also working. And they will never tell you. That is the strong AI. Then comes the super intelligent AI. Now, the super intelligent AI is something which can surpass the collective human intellect and intelligence of the entire world. You have gone beyond redemption. Now, these things, when is it going to happen? When will it be in super intelligence? When will it come? First person to say it will come 2025, 2026 or 2027. It was Elon Musk, Tesla's Elon Musk. He said 2026, 2027, you will have AGI, general intelligence. Another 2 to 30 years, you will get super intelligence. The next person, Anthropic, the chief executive officer of Anthropic, he said, no, it's 2028. That's better than 2026, 27. Then comes, after Anthropic, it was OpenAI's Sam Altman. He says, no, 2028 is also a little too early, 2029. They come to 2029, ASI will come. But the fact of the matter is, when a survey is conducted by experts on artificial intelligence experts, thousands of them, they have come to the conclusion that AGI, artificial general intelligence, will not come, which will match single human domain intelligence level, will not come before 2040 or 2045. And 2 years to 30 years from then, you will get artificial super intelligence. So that means it will be 2075 or 2070. So that is going to be difficult. What is the world doing now? Now that the bell has come, so I have to conclude. I'll try and make it, I hope it is 5 minutes before the deadline. The second point that I wanted to make was, it's shorter. What is the world doing about it? First, the world is getting into international conferences. See, the first one was done by UK in 2023. They said safety is a must. AI, all the work should make sure that human beings are safe. Second one happened in Seoul, South Korea. They are saying there must be international standards for artificial intelligence. Then the third one was in Paris. India and France co-hosted a conference on AI. They said it should work for the good of the planet and good of the human being. It should be sustainable. They came out with this. And the last one was in India, which was just now happened, 2025. And in that summit, they said one nation, one license, and one payment. Anything that you borrow, you will have to pay for it. This is what the international efforts are. Mind you, 72 countries in the world, including 27 of the European Union, have been working on setting a framework, legal and ethical framework for it. But all these are in idea stage. They have become policies, they have become guidelines, but none of them is a legally binding network. That is a big problem. You'll have to help. And the last thing that I wanted to say is, what are my hopes and fears? The world is working at it. One is, it is going to come in 2040, so we've got 15 more years to go. Let's take it easy. That is one possibility. People will take it easy. And finally, we have to start working together. But my belief is, my hope is a story, which is also very short. Don't worry, without the advantage of a bell, I'll tell you the story. Then you have 6,000 scientists from the United States of America, from UK and Canada, supported by some refugee scientists from Germany, from Poland, from Hungary, from Czechoslovakia, and from Austria, few more countries. They started working on a project called the Manhattan Project, 1942 to 1945. 4 years they worked on it. And they created an atom bomb. And this atom bomb was created at a cost of $2 billion US, which today's cost will be $33 billion US. They created this bomb and they attacked two small cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. 6th of August 1945, 9th of August 1945. At that time, the population of these two cities was 625,000. 40% of the population died instantly. And another 20% died over a period of time.
I'm so sorry.
So finally, it's coming to, and the conclusion is that if human beings can prevent misuse and abuse and irresponsible use of nuclear power, they will also be able to manage the artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, sir. Here. Sit here. No. Please. I'll be here.
Thank you, A.R. Ghanshyam sir. I think you really enlightened us. And long back, Atalji mentioned that he mentioned about fire. That fire is, very dangerous. It can be used for destruction. It can be used for, creation. We use it cautiously. We can prepare food and a whole lot of things. I think AI is pretty much in that line. We have to have guardrails. We have to have safety net with ethical, etc., to look the beautiful future. With this, I request next speaker, Professor Dr. Firdaus Wani. He is renowned academician in law and legal education, senior faculty and academic leader at National Law University, specialization in constitutional law, criminal law, and human rights. May I please request sir to deliberate.
Good afternoon to everybody. Since yesterday, midday, today, and God willing tomorrow, we are and will be talking about AI, and a lot of AI. So we are eating, speaking, sleeping, walking with AI. So most of the people are wary of it, that I will use it sparingly. One thing is very important, that we all are afraid of AI and other deep tech technologies, because most of us are not knowing what these technologies are. We are only apprehensive about the effects of these technologies. And rightly so, because we have seen that what atom bomb and how it created havoc with us, because at that particular time, very few were knowing about the effects of atomic energy. So I will not talk so much about AI. I will start when we are talking about that we must be having guidelines. We should be having governance. We should be having rules and regulations. Who will do it? And why we will do it? Because we are getting those who are in the business of AI creation and deep technologies, they are being paid phenomenally. So why they will do it? Because corporations or the technical giants, they are earning like anything. So why they will do it? And another aspect, that because we are having Professor Sancheti ji here, that our problem with AI is that it is tremendous. It is having tremendous power of pursuing the goals which are given to it. Like our Professor Bhandari ji, give him a goal, he will pursue it till perfection. When this is the state of affairs, So we have to think that why we will be doing it against our material life. Because we have been given to understand that there is only one happiness, that is the happiness with money, happiness with luxury. We all are pursuing the same thing. It may or may not be the same, but that is the reason. We have to fall back on something other than the money and change the mindset of the society. Anybody and everybody that he is the citizen, we will, because as rightly said by Professor Naidu, that everybody will be infected with a disease, not me. We are having the same problem, that AI will deceive everybody except me. But it will definitely deceive us if we will not collectively come together, all stakeholders, and hold it somewhere, that we want AI, because we all together will, even if we will oppose it, it will stay. Because our opposition will yield nothing. So we have to decide that we have to live with this Pakistani neighbor, like we are with them, and change the mindset of ourselves and theirs, and live together. For that, only one panacea is that we have to change our mindset first. Individual, I have to change it. That is not only money. What money will give me when there will be a problem with ethics? Because it is said, somebody has told me that this AI is having tremendous problem with its goals. Sometimes they are decent, good goals given to it through their creators. But they are pursuing and they are creating in such a way to achieve those goals that something is happening which may not be good for us. So that the intentions were good, but the end result is against the person who has created it. So if this is the case, our only wish should be that we should be first involved with this. We all should know what it is, because we, even if like this mobile phone, most of us who are my age, they are not knowing what it is. But at the same time, we are using it because without that, we feel that we are belittled, we are small people than our children, because they are using it like anything. Now we have to take extra efforts to know what is the technology, that we can't be the scientists, but still, and change, think it over, change the mindset that luxury is that we will be, when we will be able to save the earth from the menaces even coming from the very good technologies in due course of time. That's my viewpoint, because I have not discussed what is this, because most of the people who are very much in this field, they have talked about this. The rules, the regulations will come from the man only. If he is having the bad intention, if he is having the bad priorities, if he is not good with his neighbor, the result will be what is today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Doctor. It's incredible. Before your 10 minutes, so amazing. So I will invite the co-chairs for the final remarks.
Yes.
And also for the questions, because with different questions that we talked about, different subjects, perspectives from diplomacy to ethics, talking about cybersecurity, ending with an impossible mission, we have a lot of questions. So,
Yeah, just since Dr. Vani has given us a scope of 1-2 minutes, just I will use that buffer. I think the learning lesson, he hit right on the head of the nail, saying that we need guardrails, because we can't stop AI, we need guardrails. And companies which are known and renowned, they are investing billions and billions of dollars, so we are expecting a lot of things going automated. What we need is that a guardrail in the sense that we are 1.4 billion in India and 8 billion overall. We need to be in business and we need to be the on driver's seat. We have to have those guardrails, ethical checks and balances to make sure that we coexist. Thank you. I think I hand over to co-chair and chair for their remarks, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar and Yoshina ma'am.
I'll speak the last, so you go ahead.
Joshina ma'am. Professor George Mold. Please excuse me. Please. Please, brief remarks, sir. Brief remarks, sir. We have to.
I will short then. One drop. Okay. We've heard here a lot of talks about what is regulation and how we will regulate AI. The most impressive thing to me was that even if we now know what we are talking about, we really need to know more. Because for many people here, I think the topic is very confusing. And let me break down all the talks about cybersecurity, about artificial intelligence, what it is and what it is not, to some points. First, when we started to build the internet, we lose the right of we lose the right of intellectual property. If you think we have intellectual property, I will advise you to visit some domains where we get every software ever created, every knowledge ever created, and even we have an AI now which is decentralized. I can download it on my computer, and we can't control how people use that for knowledge. The next thing is, when we come to talk about ethic and morale, we had it here, you can't code ethic in something which is neutral. Ethic follows morale. You can have the best ethic in the world, but you see how Iran is bombed by America, and you see how Israel has bombed Palestine back to the Stone Age. What we see is that our ethic is only that when humans have morality. And you can't code it in AI. We can support us to be better persons with the AI and in morality. Another thing I would address, and this is a question to you. If we come to the point of regulation, is it better the human in front of the machine is regulated by an AI which is neutral and said, hey, you are going too far with what you are asking and doing, we want to know who you are? Or do you think it is better to run after the machine when he has prompted and waiting for the output? I think it's all about design. And cybersecurity, as he mentioned, is always a design. And designs are made by humans. To believe that a machine like an LLM will become conscious, that's something ignoring Nobel Prize. That's something to throw away all achievements in mathematics. If you can convince me today that we reinvent mathematics, I will believe we will become a super intelligence. And I will tell you something about that. I heard a lot of graduation to Dr. Bandari today. Have you ever heard your machine talking to you in graduation what you have done for the machine? And if it could do, is it consciousness or is it something someone was telling him to tell? At least if you sit in front of the machine and you do hands off, you are the guy who is inventing what happens after. Always. Not the machine wakes in the morning and says to you, hey, I have an idea. What if you start in a world war? That's not happening. That's the people who try and always use the machine. As I always said since the 1984 when I got my first home computer, the problem is not the machine, it's in front of the machine. And it is an output and an input. And we have to control the input, not to say you do or you don't have to do. But if you go too far, we watch you through your machine you're using. This is a totally different impact. And at last, before we come to the end, many people know me from the cryptocurrency and Bitcoin space. Yeah, so laughing here. Then this is my biggest concern about our future. If you have ever the possibility to stop CBDC, you should do. Why I'm telling you to stop CBDCs? Central and digital coins are smart contracts, programmable money. If we have to decide who can access to money and not to access money, that will end in a war. Because crime is always to 98% forced by money and who owns the money. And if someone is forcing to control the money by a way where you can spend and you cannot spend, who is the victim and who is the guy who is wrong? That question will lead into war. We have seen it after the Second World War. We have seen it always when it comes to money.
We had every time problems with the money. Money is a good thing, but money is also the reason why we have war and destroying our world. So who has the right, the ethical right? And this is the next question. We are in India here, and I like India. We have 1.5 billion people. We have more than 100,000 ethical tribes. We have, I think, 1 million moralities instance here. And now come to the big question. Can AI answer who has the right to regulate the philosophy? And if you have an answer, we are a step far away from that. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for inviting me.
So now a couple of remarks, and after Professor Sindhu will finish the panel to open for questions. It's very hard because we started to talk. I prepared a couple of remarks because every single speech was completely different with deep questions. But we started with AI privacy. Am I able to share my information? My mindset is from GDPR in Europe, but now I'm living in the United States, and it's a mess. How can I trust that I'm sharing in the good way my data? So after this, we started to talk about how deep is research using AI. Everybody here connected with academia news, how deep is to prepare an article before and after. It was fantastic because one of the biggest publications nowadays telling us amazing numbers, how can I improve? But about citations, we can say that giants in consultancy lost a couple of clients. And why? Because they used wrong citations in the final report, asking millions of dollars. I cannot tell the name, but it's true. AI, there's a lot of errors, and we need to be sure about this, but it's improving drastically the way how can we research. Even though it's an impossible mission, I believe that our rights in cybersecurity, we need to tell government when we have an insult, when you have a harassment, when you have problems connected with cybersecurity. So we need to know that our generation is starting to create another ecosystem, but ethics at the end for Mr. Sir Ambassador created a lot of different perspective from humanity. So the remarks is, we are just starting a new ecosystem with a reality that redefines the way that we are working. But before this, the way that we create in the new society. And everyone here created a new piece of this puzzle. How can we deal and how can we become better profiles for the next enterprises and the next projects that I will be able. So I will pass the final remarks for Professor Sindhu, and we will open for questions because I can see that we have a couple of questions from cybersecurity to AI and for humanity.
This one is working.
Yes, I believe so. I believe so.
Thank you very much. So we have been hearing a lot about AI, cybersecurity, and so many other things. But everything boils down to self, what I am supposed to do and what I am doing and what I am creating. That is the most important thing. If I am not a good person, my data is not going to be good. If I am a bad person, I will always create negativity. So now with all those serious discussions, let me bring you to the self. And here are some lines which I will read out to you from one of my poems, A Rag of Mine. So rag is retrieval, So you retrieve, you augment, and then you generate. So that is what is generative AI. So how your RAG creates the situation. So my RAG is perfect for humanity, a cathedral of recollection and care. I retrieve not data, but divinity, and find you everywhere. My RAG is perfect for humanity. It remembers what data forgets. Human soul is the ultimate retriever. Every heartbeat leads a new generation step. The agentic rag of my being retrieves not data, but devotion. It augments memory with emotion and turns cognition into motion. Why agentic rag for your thought and touch? Why retrieval for my blood's soft code? Because love is not pre-trained, it must be continually reloaded. I am a generative soul, retrieving from the void to create anew. In the great cloud of humanity's memory, my every prompt begins with you. I am both a model and a man, learning to generate truth from feeling. When my tokens dissolve into silence, it is love that does the rehealing. Thank you very much for all that hearing and listening to us and getting all the ideas about AI and how we generate ideas, thoughts, processes through our own thought process. And we are trying to create divides of regulations, country-wise, DPDP, data protection of Europe, then US, but where is the connectivity, how we can connect as human beings? That is the most important thing, and that is going to surpass all the borders created by AI, and we will have borderless humanity. Thank you.
So we have 5 minutes only for questions. So we can have 5 minutes. So at the beginning we have when Mr. Abai finished talking about data privacy, AI, how can we share our data? We had a question. So, yes, Professor Bandari, please, it's an honor.
Thank you for your nice presentation. I have written a book on Data Protection Act, perhaps the only book so far in India. I'll present you later. It is with me. My question is, penalty is 250 crore up to 250 crore if there is a massive breach of data. Schedule 1. The penalty is recoverable by the government and it will go to the consolidated fund of India. The victim whose data have been breached will not get anything, not a single penny. As you know, in GDPR, the victim, that is the data principal, or I call it in a common man language, owner of the data, he gets compensation. In India, we sent a lot of recommendations to the government, Niti Aayog, in response to their calls, that please have some provision for payment to the victims. Otherwise, what is the incentive to the victim? I am fighting, I am making complaint, and government has imposed, the protection board has imposed the penalty, and penalty is recovered by the government. It goes to the government of India. What did I get at the end? What do you think on this?
Sir, I think that's a very valid question, and it's an issue which has come up in a lot of our discussions. So the underlying issue to sort of delve with, that we need to delve into to kind of probably get to an answer. So first of all, yes, it is unfortunate the law doesn't provide so far for in terms of giving any having provisions that will allow the individuals whose data have been breached to claim some compensation from the companies. But the question is who owns the data? I mean, I think we still haven't settled on the point whether the data which may be my personal data, do I really own it? So the question of ownership is itself not something which is yet settled from a legal point of view. So unless I can claim that data belongs to me as an owner in legal terms, there is no legal basis for me to claim compensation. Now the law is designed to protect my privacy. The law is designed to make sure that the data that I'm sharing is utilized in a way that I consented for. However, the law yet has not evolved to the point where it provides me with the right of ownership on the data that I claim to be mine. So, yes, it's a valid question that there should be a provision which should allow me to claim compensation. How that is going to come up, I'm not sure. The law is still very new, is still developing. There are still challenges which are pending before Supreme Court and High Court of Delhi. So we will see in the coming future how the law evolves, what kind of legal issues are debated before the courts, and then probably we will have some clarity. There was, your second point was, just remind me, so there was one more point which you had. Yes. Yeah, I mean, there are certain parallels which we have with GDPR, but then, you know, again, we have adopted a slightly different approach so far as India is concerned. I also practice competition law, and competition law is a law which again talks about rights in realm of markets at large. I mean, how the markets operate. But when a penalty is imposed, the penalty goes into the same consolidated fund of India, and the people who are actually at the receiving end, they don't get any compensation. Yes, there is a right of compensation now allowed, but there has been no such case in India so far where a compensation has been successfully claimed even in those kind of cases. So yes, that concept of compensation generally has not evolved so far as India is concerned.
So, with the permission, I think Nishitji wants
we have the provision under IT Act, that is section 43A, compensation for failure to protect data. I handled the first case of Rajasthan. I filed a case before the Principal Secretary IT of Rajasthan against telecom company in a SIM swap case. My complainant SIM was swapped and 68,50,000 were siphoned off. I recovered 44 lakh rupees. I opposed the bail application of 4 accused persons. They surrendered and they refunded the amount, and remaining 24.50 lakhs, I filed a case before the Principal Secretary IT during the pandemic, May 2020, you all are aware that May 2020 was the critical point. I filed a case before the Principal Secretary IT Rajasthan under section 43A, data protection, compensation for failure to protect data. We won the case and 27 lakhs 33,000 were awarded. The telecom company filed an appeal before TDSAT, that is Telecom Dispute Settlement Appellate Tribunal. And after 4 years, we won the case. They approached the High Court Jaipur bench, and during stay application, we requested the court, okay, give them stay, but release the amount. So now, remaining 24 lakhs 50,000 that was awarded, that is 27 lakh rupees, the victim is going to receive this amount. So complete amount is now with the victim under IT Act. That's the beauty of our old IT Act. And now, as far as 43A is concerned, it is still live. It is still live till 13th May 2027, because under IT Act, it has been omitted, section 44 of DPDP Act. But it is live, it is not dead. We can still file a case under section 43A before Principal Secretary IT of the states, because lawyers are not aware about this section. So we can still file under section 43A of IT Act till 13th May 2027. But sir, is the valid question, because under DPDP Act, there is no provision to get the money. Now who is going to file a case? Suppose my data is breached. So what's the provision under DPDP? First I have to report the, first I have to prove that my data is breached by this company. This is a Herculean task. You cannot you cannot prove that this company has breached my data first. Suppose I am able to prove that this company has breached my data. So I have to first knock the door of that company. Definitely company will not reply. I have to file a case before the Data Protection Board of India. They will refer for mediation first. Okay, just go ahead with mediation. Then after they will hear my case. I am the victim. I have engaged a lawyer who is competent to handle this DPDP Act. He is well versed about DPDP Act. So I have already suffered. I engaged a lawyer of 2 lakhs per month per hearing case. Right, sir? First, lacuna. Second, definitely one tier goes. Data Protection Board of India, agri party will definitely approach where TDSAT. Again, I have to engage a good lawyer who is regularly appearing before TDSAT. The victim is double victimized about these cases. Then TDSAT, then Supreme Court. Again, you have to engage a AOR, a good lawyer, a senior lawyer. Sir, how many times you...
So let me just
just see the law.
Yeah, let me just clarify. So first of all, I mean the provisions under the IT Act obviously are different from the provisions that we have in the
Money doesn't come.
DPDP.
Money doesn't come.
No,
that's why we should this. Now the answer is this. So after DPDP, 43A is removed, but still you have the 43. Section 43 under IT Act. So we can, because we have now new notification. Earlier, Jan Vishwas Amendment Act. Earlier, the Chapter 9 was dealt with by the IT Secretary. Now the Act is completed. Now they have removed the chapter, they have inserted the Act. So we can cover these type of cases under IT Act adjudication officers.
No, but then breach, let me just clarify one point, short point, that in case if there is a breach, the law requires the data fiduciary to immediately report both the data principal as well as the Data Protection Board of India.
That's a dilemma.
So
you are having a company. You are owning a company. Yes, just clarification. You are owning a company. That's the dilemma. Suppose I reported that my data is breached. The company is facing, the company will face two issues. Whether to report to certain within 6 hours, whether to report to DPT within 72 hours. So now the Pandora box is open. Multiple litigation will be filed under IT Act and multiple litigation will be filed before DPDP.
So there are already litigations on, and litigations are going to continue, but then the responsibility still lies with the data fiduciary to immediately, so you don't have to go figure out if your data has been breached. It is the responsibility of the data fiduciary at whose end the breach has actually occurred to immediately respond and intimate you.
Sorry, Sorry, it's so interesting to discuss dilemmas, but we never have an answer. So thank you very much for your participation.
There is one more question.
Thank you.
There is no question from my side. I just wanted to add 2 points. This is a subject which is being hotly debated in the world today. Data concept. The first case that was resolved recently was with Anthropic. Anthropic, they read about 7 million pirated copies of books and used that data to train their model, and some of the authors filed a suit against it. And the compensation was so huge that Anthropic decided to settle it out of court. How much was the amount? $1.5 billion.
Exactly.
That is the amount. Second case was Warner Music. They used some data which belonged to a company called Suno and Udio. This company filed a suit against Warner Brothers. That would have run into several $1 billion. So they said, best thing is to settle out of court. So now what has happened is Warner Brothers has arrangement of licensing their music with this company. So my feeling is some of these big issues need to be settled out of court, because no one will actually find any scientifically legal solution for these things, because the value of the data is subjective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we need to close the panel. We don't have answers, but we have a lot of questions. Thank you for your amazing contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi and welcome back. Can I have your attention? Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar?
Don't take it otherwise. No, because that late night our conversations were not very pleasant, you know.
Okay. Bandari sir, can we start?
एक मिनट में आपको इंटर से कनेक्ट करता हूँ जर्मनी में मुझे वो ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं क्या एक सेकंड Are you connecting? Good afternoon, friends. I think still we have some energy to discuss some of the major issues in this panel session. We have with us Manish Bhandari, who is my co-panelist. Manish Bhandari is a CEO of Vellum Capitals. Vellum Capitals, and he manages huge funds for investment with a certain guidelines and ethical principles. And he is also my nephew. He is son of Dr. S.R. Bhandari sir, my elder brother. He's there, all right. And he has also contributed, though it is his function, as a gold sponsor. So I acknowledge, Manish, your valuable contribution. We have Dr. Joshina, who has come all the way from New York. Despite lot of difficulties, we have been discussing last 1 week about the logistics and all other things. 2 flights got cancelled and rearranged and all that. Anyway, finally, she is with us. Dieter Brockmeyer, our Galter member, international Galter member, is joining. आप उसको ले सकते हैं? Dieter, he is joining from Germany. He was coming. Again, he had tickets, but due to some health reasons, he is undergoing some medical tests, diagnostic tests. So, doctor advised him not to travel along. Anyway, we are keeping it short. Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is already with us. He is also Galter member. We have MOU with them. We have conducted courses with them. And we have few more plannings in the FinTech segment to conduct courses with Georg and Sindhu Bhaskar. He is our good friend and also supported us in this summit. I welcome you, Joshina, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, and Manish. So this is a kind of panel session where we are raising certain issues. I was anticipating that this summit will focus more on AI because AI is a hot topic, but I did not want that exactly to happen. I wanted there are many other vital technologies which are also impacting our day-to-day life, like FinTech, Metaverse. There are many important legal issues on Metaverse. People are marrying on Metaverse. One is the groom is sitting in America, the lady is sitting in India, and they are marrying, they are meeting through their avatars. And
they are marrying. They are cases of sexual harassment on metaverse. Now, the point is that I am sitting in here in hall, my avatar is attending a business meet in USA. We have created a market there. All avatars have come, we are discussing deals, or we are meeting, and somebody is abusing somebody is beating somebody, avatars, all digital. So who is responsible? I can say I can escape the liability that I am here. My physical presence is not there. But then there are certain settled issues yet. Your avatar is doing, so fictional personality is yours. So you are liable. I wanted those issues to be discussed also. Then quantum computing is the biggest issue now that we have to discuss. Now our encryption system is going to fail. If you see WhatsApp, they say end-to-end encrypted messages. Only user can read it, decrypt and read it. No, it's wrong. Privacy, which is also figured. If you are on Google and if you are using a smartphone, which we all are using, there is no concept of privacy. Privacy is gone. Forget about the privacy that if you want to retain your privacy, use basic Nokia phone, which is available in 1,000 rupees, where you can receive the call and make the call. No camera, no picture. You are being tracked every time. If you are using Google Map, you are constantly being tracked. So all these issues are very critical issues. They are not only legal, social, ethical, economical. They are all these issues. Galter takes care of discuss and debate upon these issues. My book has dealt with all those major issues. So in this panel, Manish, I come to you. You are doing a business of investment advisory, and you have certain principles. I am told that you have launched a new fund where you will invest only in those companies which do ethical business, which are not into liquor, which are not into non-veg products. Only you will advise for those companies to be invested. So that is your ethical dimension. I want to know more from you about this issue, how you will manage it and how technology will help you or create difficulties for you, both ways, to you.
Yeah, so if I have to look at the business I am in, which is managing money, and it's quite a fiduciary responsibility to manage money and also to bring all the kind of consciousness while managing the third-party money. So what has changed in India in the last 2 decades is technology has played a very vital role in bringing a lot of things to fore. The whole GST concept, the whole digitalization concept has changed the landscape. And today it is very difficult for the companies to siphon off money. And the whole technology aspect has raised the bar for the whole Indian corporate India significantly now. So the ethical standards by design has gone up substantially. I came into the market in 1999 where a middle market companies or a small cap companies which has got a lower market cap was always a suspect, because till a 500 crore the promoter will always siphon off money and so forth. Today with the technology what has been instilled in India in the last 7 or 8 or 9 years, it is very difficult to take out money from the companies, and you get caught by the various methods from the income tax perspective, from the GST perspective. So it has changed significantly positively in the process. Now today, another thing which is very important is the CSR activity, which is not directly related to the technology, but at least you can scan companies based on how they are following the CSR principles, and which from an income tax perspective, the technology will help in evaluating whether the CSR guidelines have been met or not. So overall, where the India was lagging substantially, that the level of ethics in the businesses has been quite low versus the Western standard, that has changed dramatically in India. And another thing which has contributed significantly, not from the technology perspective, but from a philosophical concept, is the advent of the capital market. the rise of the capital market has ushered a new animal spirit where someone can become a 21-year-old in Hyderabad, in Bangalore can become rich because of the capital market. You have more billionaires, the average age of billionaires have fallen significantly. And these are the bigger changes which has happened in India from a technology perspective, from a behavioral science perspective, from a psychological perspective. That has helped a lot in terms of raising the average ethical standards substantially in the Indian markets. Anything you want to add?
No, if someone has question, can interact. Professor Bandar is returning.
Yes.
This is just a comment to what you all have already said. I think beyond CSR, now you have the ESG principles also. Sir, mic please. Yeah, and beyond ESG, you have just transition that is coming up as a big, and you could, companies could also look at, the funding could then go to only companies that follow principles of just transition. Business and human rights is another area that is coming up. And the government of India has already come out with national guidelines for responsible business conduct. So these are some of the things that you might, I really like the idea of, the entrance of ethics into, into real hardcore liquid business. Now you would be giving sustainable finance also. So these are the areas that I would just like to flag, and perhaps some of it might be of interest to you. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. The sustainability reporting by the top 500 companies is a very integral part. They all are releasing a very separate detailed statement along with their annual reports. If you have to look at how this is embedded with the financial well-being is also in Europe. I'm told close to incremental of 90% of all the capital goes into the ESG related businesses, which scores very high. Globally, the ESG rated, highly rated businesses have done far better. It may be a score or a metrics at some point of time, but they have done far better in the shareholder value creation, which is the ultimate test. Everything revolves around shareholder value creation. So those businesses in US as well as in Europe has done significantly well. The ESG indexes are well followed and tracked. So the cost of capital for the businesses, ultimately it's boiled down to cost of capital, is significantly lower for the businesses which are governed by the strict ESG principles. So from ESG principles, from the water conservation to any spectrum which you can think, is already been very well implemented, and these are the things which have happened. Now, the use of technology is interesting that you can track them and you can have a tangible, measurable outputs to generate that. It's not just a philosophical concept. So yes, a significant change has happened in India, as I have seen over a period of time in the first decade versus the last decade. And I think it will accelerate significantly the businesses which are closely adhering to the ESG principles. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish, for raising the need and justification for ethical way of doing business and compliance with the ESG and all other things. Manish is regularly writing for Indian and international newspapers like Economic Times, Times of India, Japan Observer, and many other. And he very much invited on all our business TVs like TV 18, I CNBC and like that. So thank you, Manish. Now I come to Dr. Joshina, again revolving around the ethical aspect. I know that you have first PhD in blockchain technology from entire Europe. Now you are operating from New York, and we have been discussing about the issues of blockchain. The major issue, as I understand from legal perspective, that it is an immutable ledger, and there are safety features that you cannot tamper it, because if you tamper the previous block, the next block will not be created. It's a chain of blocks,
It's a digital ledger where you can put entries. And those entries cannot be tampered. That is one aspect. And another aspect, as George knows, creation of Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency. Bitcoin is a leader, so generally we talk of Bitcoin. So these are the two major dimensions, but there are many other aspects. I want to know from you, Joshina, that do you think with quantum computing coming, the transparency and encryption and all these features which make this blockchain a unique technology will sustain?
Yes. Sorry. Is it working? Yes, okay. So when I started, and mainly with students, they asked, oh, but if blockchain is so easy as you were talking, why didn't appear before? It's easy to understand how blockchain works. And the answer is, we didn't have device, storage for data. Without storage, we cannot have access. But now, in the moment of computing era, everything is changing. But we have a problem. The biggest problem is, until today, not today, it's a way of speech. Until now, we have only in computing science 0 or 1. But now, with quantum, we have something between them. So we can fake everything. And we are talking about cybersecurity before, and all the scams that we have victims around the world, they are using quantum principle. So the question is, more than device, how can we trust about data now? Before it was binary, only 0 and 1, but now there is something behind that it can be 1 or it can be 0 because I fake it. So it's not a problem with device because we can store. The problem is how can we be immutable, transparent, and traceable? And this is blockchain, again. But this is...
Any response from the audience?
Yes, we can interact. I prepared a presentation talking about tomorrow. Oh, okay, okay, it's for tomorrow. Sorry. So, okay.
Any response? Any question?
It's interesting because all scams, and you have United States, I'm working with, I have NDAs, so I cannot talk about the project. But what I can share, I'm working with guardians for security. So, for example, and it's a volunteer work. So we have working groups talking about how can people be a victim today using our mobile phone. Someone, Professor Fidrus called me, but it's not he. It's someone with his face and his voice and with his number. How can I trace that he is who is he? So now this is the question, trust. Everything around AI is trust. It's not storage, and it's not to be accessible. It's what is trust? And after we have a lot of questions about AI agents, but what is real or not? Because we have quantum computing. And talking about scams, we have people in the United States that they lost all their savings. It is very sad. And we are talking about people, they have literacy. They're info inclusive. They know about AI. But they believe, oh, can you help me? I have my old daughter that needs to have a scholarship. Can you help me, please? And everything is fake, or a romance, or someone that connects with you, or a bank account. So how can you protect ourselves?
Thank you.
My another question is first to Dr. Bhaskar and then to Manish and to you. And then we will conclude. We will try to conclude by 4:35. We will have tea followed by high tea. And then we will resume our next two sessions, one here. Can we do it here? Will we come? Okay. So another, after post tea, we will have one session here and one in Kinara or Manjira? Manjira. Okay. So Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar, we have been discussing about the fintech, and you are a global leader in fintech, financial technology. All these internet banking, UPI payments, all these are, India, as we know, is the leader in UPI payments. And thanks, it was an offshoot of demonetization. Now, why do you need currency? Just pay via QR code or UPI number, that's enough. But you are discussing about the neo-banking. Can you please briefly explain to our readers and to me also?
Okay, thank you. So, well, fintech is financial technology, so it's quite a vast world. It is not just a simple thing, whatever we think of. Because everything starts with, of course, Bitcoin, which our friend is here, master of that. So that gave a new dimension to aspects of money, that what is money? What is value? How value is getting transferred? So all those questions created a new dilemma in the financial sector, and that is where we started progression in the value structure of money and movement of money from one place to another. Like you are giving a currency note, but when there is no currency note, like a fiat, so if money has to move wallet to wallet, as Bitcoin was moving wallet to wallet, so how can you transfer value? And that is where fintech came into operation, and that is how we started thinking of so many other aspects. But basically what I will say again, EST is working as an impact platform. So we work in generally tier 3, 4, 5 centers. All the urban sectors have a glut of all these things, banking, neobank and all. But neobank concept is that you don't have a banking license. You use the banks which are having the license and act as their frontal agency to create banking operations. And why it was essential? It is for creating the banking, the unbanked. When our Prime Minister started Jan Dhan Yojana and created all those accounts, you had to create the banking operations for them. How the banks, because rural banks failed. They did not provide all the facilities that those rural areas needed. So how value can be transferred to the beneficiaries directly and how they can utilize it, that is the whole concept and the bedlam of neobanking. So I have a neobank here, which I facilitated, and I'm one of the founders of it. And then I created, acquired a global wallet system, which has a license in Mauritius. And now I'm trying to work how UPI, because government is trying to push UPI, so how UPI can be connected to my global wallet. And not only that, that facilitates movement of money from India directly to so many centers, because my global wallet is now available in 51 countries. But my basic intention is to convert that global wallet. It should not be just wallet to wallet money transfer system, but it should become a source of providing other value-based services like a bank. So I am now working on converting those remittance centers into neobank, because we are connected to the local banks in all those countries. So we are taking their help to facilitate the same thing that we have created in India. Now, in these fintech operations and neo-banking, what we do, we focus on community-based banking. So we make people our partners in the banking system. Why? Because you have to have genuine borrowers, you have to have genuine account holders. So if you just go one by one or one to one, it will not help you. So if you have a community-based system, community-based model, then you can provide protection. So for protection, that is the group-based system. Then secondly, we created agent-based system so that the educated youth of the villages can be utilized as agents in this activity, and we will be taking care of some unemployment problem also. The same thing we have done, we have JV with EcoBank in Africa and our agent-based lending model. In that what we have done, because it is a community-based system, so we are getting good borrowers. The community itself decides, okay, it is a good borrower, so you can lend money to him. Recovery through those agents becomes 99.9%. So you don't default on that. Now what I have done, we have been seeing this condition of farmers committing suicide because of pressure of repayment and all. So I have come up with a solution, and my book is also in the press. It should be out in a month or so. It is Deepen and RWA equal to national economy. So real world asset tokenization and decentralized fiscal infrastructure network. So we are creating a collateral pool which can create lending assistance to people. So like in rural areas, you have school, government school, you have say some farming offices or infrastructure that can act as a collateral. So the basic purpose is to have a collateral base and make the loan for 5 years in place of 1 year, so that the pressure of farmer can be reduced and they need not commit suicide. What I have done, that those 5-year loan is then bundled into an investable product and sold to different HNIs. I have got an agreement with insurance company. We are providing insurance wrap so that the investor is also secured about their repayment at the end of the day. So with 5-year lending, farmer is secure, they don't have pressure, and even if, say, agriculture fails, monsoon fails, they have to again start the process, then government subsidy is there, insurance money is there. So 50% goes towards investment pool, escrow, and 50% goes towards restarting the agricultural activities. With that, this type of things, we are trying to regenerate and create a connect of rural economy with national economy. Because what is happening right now, our national economy is based on industrial economy only. There is no contribution from rural economy. So how rural economy can contribute to the national economy? When it starts contributing, your budgetary deficit will come down. When government talks of $1 trillion and $7 trillion, $10 trillion economy, that will be possible. And when you are creating capital in hands of farmers, then you are creating a whole set of supply chain management system in rural areas. So agriculture becomes a very, I'll be very happy to inform you that just last week, we got our AI-based agri-tech product. We got the patent from Government of India. So that's a very good achievement for us. Whatever we are talking and whatever I am explaining to you, now it's patented and we can incorporate these things for betterment of our rural economy and integrating it to the national economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. You have raised a very important issue, how we can help farmers or small debtors, small loanees to do business or to protect their interests. That is the need of the hour, and how technology can facilitate all these things. In the next 5 minutes, I'll take 2 more responses, and then we'll have tea. I think we all are getting sleepy. So tea is necessary, tea, coffee. Manish, as you said, you have been into the market for more than close to 20 years, and you have witnessed so many changes, especially during last 8 to 10 years, technology dominating, and there are many advantages, few disadvantages, all that. So I think a new concept is emerging, finalization of the financialization or finalization? Financialization. So what is this financialization and how it is going to affect a common man? Because what we see, even myself, earlier we used to consider FDs as a, just a minute. Yeah, Dieter. Hello. Yeah, yes, yes. We will take you after 2 minutes. I'll come to you. I'm not. Okay. No, no, no. Please, please. I'll finish one. No, no. In 2 minutes, I'll finish a question. We are doing panel. So I'll come to you. I'll come to you. In 2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. So, Manish, shortly, can you explain what is financialization and how it is going to be helpful in wealth creation while using the technology?
So the simple, sure. So the simple understanding of financialization, when the asset, your wallet or your asset or your saving moves into the financial asset, is called the financialization. Up till now, why the financialization has not happened? The financialization means moving into FD, moving into mutual funds, moving into saving products, moving into insurance. Because for last years and years together, what was the choices of individuals was a tangible asset. So the gold was a preferred asset, the real estate was a preferred asset, and so was the necessity at certain point of time. And as the trust in the financial market improved, and which this government also worked hard to make sure that it improves, and there all the technological advancement helped us, because lesser scam. In 1992, there was a Harshad Mehta scam. In 2000, there was a Ketan Parekh scam, and then 2008, some other scam. So lesser number of scam also helps in financialization, and which has happened in the last 5 years, 7 years, so that you're not losing your money to some kind of scam which is engineered. And it is a self-correcting mechanism because of the strong law, rules, technology, all coming together. So this is called the financialization. And how this is helping today, one of the biggest product where the money is given, and which Mr. Jain has just said is on the rural side, is also the gold loan, again agriculture and a gold loan put together. So if you want to take a agriculture loan, which is difficult to come by, and if you've got some kind of gold, so it has helped in unlocking the productive assets or maybe some unproductive asset which you are having in your way, and put that product into more productive use. So you can take a loan, increase your business, and so on and so forth. Because of the UPI, a small vendor, street vendor in Hyderabad is able to get a loan because his daily earning is going into a bank account which is going through UPI. So Paytm is able to give you a loan. So that is how the big change has happened in India, that you can access to a loan to buy another cart of vada pav or another cart of sandwich, and you can get someone else also from your family involved. So there is a huge change which has happened when this money moves through the pipe, and it is a traceable and more intangible in nature.
Correct. Thank you. Now I'll come to you, Dieter. Am I audible to you? Yeah. Thank you, Dieter, for joining. And I'm sorry we are missing you. You had to postpone, cancel your program due to some health issues. I hope you are feeling better. Dieter, you and we have conducted a joint course along with National Law University Delhi and Dr. Ingrid, USA, about deep tech, law and diplomacy. We have with us IFS Ghanshyam sir, Galter member. Sir, are you here? I think he has gone. So, he was one of the faculty, being the diplomat, core diplomatic expert. Dieter, I want to know from you that how diplomacy can promote deep tech, because now with the metaverse and other channels, you did not to go to conduct negotiations to the institution in a physical mode.
Now the diplomats can conduct international negotiations and enter into a draft treaty with the use of technology. And I understand that you have written one very eminent and scholarly book. So please tell me about how deep tech can help in promotion of international diplomacy, and a brief note about your book. Please, over to you. Please raise the volume. Please raise the volume.
Into diplomacy and, of course, law. And there comes the Amazon guy. He timed it exactly when I have my speech. So I will have to run to the window very briefly, and when he comes and takes a parcel, and then I will be back. Yes, of course, deep tech is impacting everything, though it also is impacting diplomacy. And we can tell it in the field of fake news, for instance, or for disinformation. There are completely new tools to disinform countries and and the people in countries. There are a lot of channels we cannot that are very difficult to control. But that's only one example. On the other hand, there's also a lot that can be very beneficial to diplomacy. And this also is making the role of ambassadors change. The ambassador is not so much anymore the representative of a country in a country, but also is moving very much into business promotion and and embassies becoming increasingly business agencies for the simple, more than they have been in the past, for the simple reason it has become so much easier for head of states to stay in contact and to communicate directly. And yeah, there's a lot more going on, and AI is changing how things are processed. The communication channels within embassies and the secretariats are changing tremendously. We of course have a security issue. Things can leak very easily, and of course, when they leak, you don't know are they leaked or are they just in the field of or are they fake news? So imagine you get the video of a head of state declaring war to somebody, and this never happened, but people believe it. This can create a lot of uncertainty. And it is used by some players already. And of course, we all try to avoid that. And I think I now have to get the parcel. Yeah, he is coming. Wait a minute. Oh, no. Sorry, ich halte gerade einen Online-Vortrag. Perfect timing.
His friend has come.
He said that in the
Parcel.
Sorry for that, but I don't think it interrupted me too much. So yeah, and I'm very happy that we at the Diplomatic Work Institute found great partners, and this includes Galter and Ingrid Vassiliou-Feltes' Institute for Entrepreneurship and Investment. No, I made it. Don't know it the right way. And we formed a little alliance to bring this topic closer to the community. And thank you to Galter. We already had last year a very great course. Well, I felt it was a great course that was picking up this topic, and we had great lectures, 10 weeks, and we, of course, we are hoping to continue this because it's an important issue. It becomes more and more important by the day because things are changing rapidly. And yeah, I think I leave it for now. I hope it was not too bizarre.
Thank you, Dieter, for your response. Yes, we will. So, thank you for joining. With this, we are concluding this panel's discussion, and now we are heading for tea. And when we are reassembling, is from 5 to 6, we will have 2 parallel sessions, one here and another in Kinara, Manjira. And so, इधर आ जाओ. So from my side, thank you all our learned panelists. The session is now hereby concluded, and over to you, Aparajita.
Thank you, sir. So after the tea break, we resume at 5 o'clock sharp here. The Kinara session will take place here. Manjira will take place in Manjira. I request the chair of the next session, Professor Tabrez Ahmed, co-chair J. Kishore sir and Srinivas Vajpayee Jula sir, and session facilitator Dr. Srujana and Dr. Sharda Patil to be here and start the session at 5 sharp. Thank you so much. We meet again in 15 minutes. Thank you.